It is 4:02 or 3, I can't see one of those.
4:02.
Okay, and we would like to begin our session for closed session and open this up. Can I have a motion to call the meeting to order?
So moved.
Okay, a second?
Second?
Okay, we'll do it group. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we will.
Roll call, then.
Oh, roll call, sorry, thank you. Jim?
I'm here.
How about Kathy?
Here.
And Cheryl?
Here.
Liz?
Here.
And I'm here, so we're all present. And I will start,
I make a motion to convene to closed session.
Public comments to close session.
oh, thank you.
Yeah,
nothing.
Here it is, here.
Nope,
No.
no comments for closed session.
Okay,
I make a motion to convene in closed session.
second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to close session. Order. Let's please stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's see. We have one thing to report out for closed session. No.
Community and
I was up here. Right here. Okay. Right here. I jumped the gun. We're going to have our community student staff recognition. Tonight is for HDLA.
Well, good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and cabinet. I am Silvia Solis, and I am the proud principal of Hollister Dual Language Academy. I am here this evening alongside our administrative team, Mr. Luis Espinosa and Vicky Valadez. April is National Bilingual and Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month. The the California Department of Education's mission is to equip students with world language skills so they can better appreciate and engage with the rich diversity of cultures, heritage, and languages in California and beyond, while also preparing them to thrive in a global economy. In honor of this important month, we are here to recognize a special group of students in 5th, 7th, and 8th grade for their pursuit to biliteracy. These students have demonstrated outstanding academic achievement in both English and Spanish language arts as measured by CAT, the California Spanish Assessment, and consistently strong academic performance. It is important to note that the Spanish assessment is especially rigorous and extensive, requiring a high level of language mastery, endurance, and critical thinking. While we are proud to serve bilingual students at HDLA, tonight we recognize those who have gone above and beyond, our leaders and scholars who truly embody the power and promise of biliteracy. This recognition is also part of the larger journey. In 8th grade, students may earn the Pathway to Biliteracy Award, which sets them off on a path towards attaining the State Seal of Biliteracy in high school. These accomplishments would not be possible without the support of families. We want to acknowledge and thank our parents for their dedication and commitment to maintaining and valuing the Spanish language at home, and our teachers for their collective and collaborative commitment to high-quality dual language instruction. And as you know, in our tradition at HDLA, then we say it in Spanish. Mi nombre es Silvia Solís y soy la orgullosa directora de la Academia en los Idiomas de Hollister. Esta noche me acompaña nuestro equipo administrativo. Abril es el mes nacional de la defensa de los estudiantes bilingües y multilingües. La misión del Departamento de Educación de California es preparar a los estudiantes con habilidades en otros idiomas para que puedan apreciar, participar plenamente en la diversidad de culturas, herencia y lenguas de California y del mundo, además de prepararlos para tener éxito en una economía global. En honor a este importante mes, hoy estamos aquí para reconocer un grupo especial de estudiantes de 5º, 7º y 8º grado por su trayectoria en la búsqueda de la biliteracidad. Estos estudiantes han demostrado un alto rendimiento académico en artes del lenguaje en inglés y español, según lo evidencian los resultados de CASP, la Evaluación de Español de California, y un desempeño académico consistente. Es importante destacar que la evaluación en español es especialmente rigurosa y extensa y requiere un alto nivel de dominio del idioma, resistencia académica y pensamiento crítico. Aunque nos sentimos muy orgullosos de contar con estudiantes bilingües en la academia, esta noche reconocemos a aquellos que han ido más allá, nuestros líderes y estudiantes ejemplares que verdaderamente representan el poder y la promesa de la biliteracidad. Este reconocimiento también forma parte de una trayectoria más amplia. En octavo grado, los estudiantes pueden obtener el reconocimiento de trayectoria hacia la biliteracidad, lo que los encamina hacia la obtención del sello estatal de biliteracidad en la preparatoria. Estos logros no serían posibles sin el apoyo incondicional de nuestras familias. Queremos reconocer y agradecer a los padres por su dedicación y compromiso con el desarrollo y la valorización del idioma español en el hogar, así como a nuestros maestros por su compromiso colectivo y colaborativo con la educación de doble inmersión de alta calidad. Estamos sumamente orgullosos de la dedicación, perseverancia y logros de nuestros estudiantes. En este momento es un honor para mí reconocer a estos estudiantes destacados. Les voy a pedir que por favor pasen hacia adelante. Natalia Adán Álvarez. Juan Álvarez Gallegos. Emiret López Contreras. Oliver Martínez. Iván Rivera Delgado. Aiden Hernández. Y Ricardo López. Felicidades y muchas gracias.
We don't bite.
A ver, Iván y Oliver, vamos atrás para que se vean, y quizás Natalia al lado de Iván, los más chiquitos, a ver.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we doing anything? Oh, stay down here.
Well, I have done that. Okay, now we would like to have staff recognition and community recognition for the San Benito County Arts Council Excellence Award.
Good evening. Thank you for having us this evening for the Chancellor's Award and Cabinet. My name is Amanda Chiato, and I am the Director of Arts Education for the San Benito County Arts Council. tonight is one of our most exciting times. Each year, one student per school is recognized for an Arts Excellence Award. I know it's a very difficult choice for our art teachers, and we like to say that the student is demonstrating artistic courage. So that can look a lot of different ways depending on what you're looking at. These students will have their artwork permanently displayed at the district as part of their permanent art exhibition. So we're going to have all of our teaching artists go ahead and come up, and they're going to be holding the students' artwork that they chose from their site. And then I will call the student names, and students will come up and stand next to they'll shake the hands of the board, stand next to their teaching artist. Look how amazing they are. And they'll get an award. First, we have Juan Garcia. Next, we have Isabella Alanis. Stand next to your teaching artist and stay there so that your parents and all of us can get some pictures and show them that beautiful award. Next, we have Lourdes Rios. Next up, we have Mateus Curiel Mora. Next up, we have Andrew Paniagua. Next up, we have Ryan Rianda. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we have Milana Lopez. Milena Lopez, thank you. Always correct somebody when they don't say your name correctly, because that's your name. Okay, let's give these students a big round of applause. And parents, come on up and take some photos, please. And thank you very much to the Hollister School District for making this a part of your permanent exhibition and showcasing student artwork all year long. Absolutely.
And this will be up in there, okay? And I'll bring you the other one. There's a copy.
All right, we'll go ahead and put the artwork right back here, and then that will be installed at a later date. Thank you, everybody, and thank you all for families for bringing your friends out.
Jennifer, she has a different last name now. Jennifer something.
Okay, I think we can get the meeting resumed. The Superintendent Sanchez is going to say something.
So good evening, everybody. As we have folks exiting the room, making room for others, feel free to come inside and sit in a seat. We also have cars parked along the fence line. We will need to have those moved into parking spaces. We have parking spaces all the way throughout the property and towards the back. And the reason why is that as folks exit and they look to see if oncoming traffic is coming, it poses a danger. So if your car's parked along the fence line on Cienega Road, please take the time to move it onto the property. And we appreciate that. That's for safety reasons.
Okay, we do have one report from closed session. The board took action in closed session by unanimous vote of the members present to approve a settlement agreement in one matter involving a former student, OCR case number 09-26-1334, to provide additional tutoring hours and other terms and conditions as set forth in the agreement. And our vote was 5-0. Okay, I need a motion from the board to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Do I have a second? Okay. Kim?
Yes.
And Cheryl?
Aye.
Aye. Happy?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Now we're going to do communications. We have a report from.
No, public comment.
Oh, public comment, sorry.
Yes. So, first public comment is Stephanie Soboslavsky. Thank you.
Oh my gosh,
That's
all right.
Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes, and it'll be up on the screen for you, Stephanie.
Good evening, board. I have come to talk to you about elementary teachers needing more planning time. Student-centered investment is stronger instruction. We need more dedicated planning time. When teachers have more dedicated planning time, students thrive. We're asking for help to provide teachers with more daily dedicated planning time so we can continue to meet the academic, social, emotional, and all of the needs of every student. The time really adds up. I sat down this weekend and looked at the minutes that we have. For elementary,
we have about 390 minutes of planning time. That may seem like a lot. 100 of those minutes are taken away in yard duty. The next 50 minutes is walking our students out to the parking lot. And inevitably, that's also some parent communication time, making sure everybody's settled out there. Then, we still have to plan for our subjects. Elementary teachers have about 7 subjects that they have to plan for each day. So if you look at about 65 minutes of planning per week, that's 9.2 minutes per subject. If you take 4 of those subjects, and we're looking at grading now, 5 days a week, if they have 25 students, how many people have more than 25 students? That's about 500 pieces of paper to look at, review, grade, and give comments back on. That's about 14 seconds per assignment. Can you find my mistakes in that paper I just gave you in the next 14 seconds? Then also during the week, we're checking our email, responding to parents. Then we have our Thursday planning, which we're very appreciative for. But there's also some awesome PDs going on Thursday. So we have to balance out, do we want to go to the PD or do we want to take our planning time? Because during those Thursday planning times, that's 40 minutes to plan with our partners, which is about 5.7 minutes on a Thursday per subject to talk to our partners about 10 minutes of data chats, and about 10 minutes to talk about activities that need to be organized, whether it's color run or anything else that's coming up. We have a possible solution. Provide elementary PE coverage to create additional dedicated planning time for classroom teachers. If that is not a feasible solution, what else can we do? Please come to the table and let us know. Would it be taking some of the yard duty away, maybe? What else can we do to get that planning time? We need to keep our academics rigorous and meet the students where they're at. Thank you.
Next speaker, Betsy LeMay.
Hello, board members and Superintendent Sanchez. I'm here tonight, not Rachel, but I am here tonight on behalf of HESTA leadership. By the way, she's doing great, baby's great, everything's good. I wanted to talk about our thoughts about what's transpiring in negotiations, specifically related to salary and elementary PE. Our negotiators have been offered a 1% raise and an off-the-salary schedule bonus. We all know that the off-the-salary schedule bonus is getting eaten up by taxes. Plus, if you're a young teacher and you're not getting that much already, so then that's hardly going to amount to anything. COLA is 2.41. It seems like with HESTA asking for 4% and the district offering 1%, that there's still room to satisfy our members. The members working with children every day, providing engaging learning opportunities, keeping them safe, handling discipline issues, completing multitudes of paperwork. I could go on, but I'm sure you all know all the things that make up a HESTA member's day. Supporting our members, making them feel valued, would not take a big move from the district at this point. As for supporting our members via elementary PE, well, that's a win-win for all. Yes, we realize that's hiring more people, and we know you're hesitant about, the possibility of having to lay off. But everyone, even the people that you guys have hired, have said that we are a growing district that'll bring in more ADA. So it would seem that the fear of laying people off is not as strong as the possibility of it. Hiring elementary PE teachers provides our students with specialized teachers who are able to provide specialized instruction while at the same time providing our elementary teachers with much needed time to prepare for everything they teach. Math, reading, writing, comprehension, spelling, ELD, and much, much more. Please, reconsidering your offer to our members would show support to our members, much needed support, financially and time-wise. We need to feel valued, and these two areas would confirm our value to you all. Thank you for your time.
Is it for public comment now?
Yes. Or is this at a later time?
No, this is public comment time.
We should be aware under the Brown Act, each subject gets 15 minutes. So if we're on the same topic, we are only allowed 15 minutes.
What is your, so the speaker is Jose Corrales?
Canales.
Canales,
Yes.
okay.
What's the subject?
What did you want to talk about?
About the Hollister Prep School.
Okay.
Going to Maze. Sorry, I stepped out, had phone calls and work, so
Yes,
I didn't.
it's Mace, okay.
Yes.
And,
it kind of ties into the support for the teachers also.
okay, and Lori, what is yours about?
Negotiations.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna have Jose Canales come up, please.
I'm just supporting.
Good evening, buenas noches. My name is Jose Canales. I represent I'm the vice president of the Maze PTSO. Fortunately, some of my board members are not here due to work and other commitments coming to town. You know how it is. My concern is that the Hollister Prep School moving to Maze is been kind of lack of transparency to a lot of the community. I didn't know about it. It was brought to us by members of, I'm not gonna say names, but they told us about it, but we were not sure how to escalate our concerns, and I'm just not for it. That, you know, I know you guys said we're gonna lose resources or move resources around. It just doesn't seem sense. Why are we gonna give up the few resources that we have at that school, and just to make accommodations for another school? To me, it doesn't seem right. You know, the faculty there, they need their resources, and those kids need those resources. So to me, it's a concern. I didn't have a really formal speech, so I'm sorry. I didn't think about it ahead of time. Not a little prepared right now, but I'm gonna ask my colleague Andrea to please support me. So I'm kind of having like a little nervous breakdown. Sorry. I didn't know. Sorry.
I think in addition to the concerns that we have at the school, it's the lack of transparency from the board. It's the exclusion from the community, from the parents, from all around. We showed up to what was a town hall meeting that was supposed to be a solution-based, and we were imposed upon the decision that had already been decided. The students at Maze have the right to retain those services, and they were treated like they didn't matter. There were students there who had a negative experience in dealing with the folks who showed up, and it was just unnecessary. If there's going to be a transparent communication and unilateral decisions are going to be made, you can't have both of those things coexisting because they're conflicting. So it's important for there to be inclusion from the community, from the students, from the teachers, and it's important for you to let them have a voice, not impose decisions. In addition to that, we support all of the teachers who are here today. A 1% raise in this economy is absolutely insane. There's no benefit to that. These are educators who are this community, and there's absolutely no way that you can explain to me, with everything that was presented at that town hall, that 1% is the best that you can offer them. The expansion of all of the communities, the need for elementary schools, and to push all of these middle school students together, it doesn't make any sense what you're saying and only offering 1%. Give these people the respect and pay them what they deserve. End of story.
Lori?
Hi, good evening, trustees and
Into the microphone, please.
good evening, trustees, thank you, and Superintendent Sanchez and all of us here this evening. My name is Lori Marcus. This
this is my first time doing this, by the way. I'm a 5th grade teacher, general ed and inclusion teacher at the fabulous Rancho Santana School. I'm very proud to work at my school. I'm here this evening, though, to communicate my concerns with progress, or lack thereof, with negotiations between HESTA and our district. As you know, cost of living is on the rise. Our COLA is set at 2.5%. We've made an offer. I'm very frustrated with the lack of a decent counter offer being made by our district. 1%, really? That is not equitable. We're also bargaining for equal prep time for elementary teachers. As teachers, we are expected to keep equity in mind in our lessons, yet this concept is not being practiced by the district. The idea that certain grade levels should have prep time. They have prep time every day, rain or shine, sub or not. This is truly not equitable. At our site, we have a fabulous TOSA, Megan Schatz. She teaches PE for us. Some days, she's out. There is no sub for her. That is not equitable. We have no PE because of it. Beyond this, the new Inform system continues to be met with challenges. A learning curve of sorts. We were told this. But when it comes to teachers not getting paid for their extra duties or extra hours for IEP meetings, because of a coding problem, a learning curve is not acceptable. We have yet to hear any word about our pay on April 10th. No communication from the business office to teachers because it's their problem is not okay. Not getting paid and no communication is absolutely unacceptable and not equitable. Our work has been timed, it was done in time, therefore our pay should be timely as well. I truly enjoy being a teacher. As you know, I've been so for 34 years. This is more than a job for me. I, like many of my colleagues here, are more than just educators. We serve our districts in so many other ways. For example, my experience has ranged from being an induction coach, a NEST teacher, an inclusion teacher, a HESTA site rep, and I was even nominated by you all as Teacher of the Year. And this is what you have recognized me for. I didn't ask for that. This is what you have hired me in hopes to do. Now I guess I can ask for you to compensate us, the dedicated professionals you have hired, for our experience and our professionalism, for what we bring to this district every day. Do what is right, do it with equity. Thank you for listening, and have a great evening.
All right, we don't have any more public comments, so we will now go to the employee group Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Sanchez. My name is Kelly Rodden, this is Melissa Phillips, and we are HESTA members and math teachers at Mays Middle School. We would like to address several concerns regarding honesty, transparency, decision-making process, and the impact of recent actions on our school community. HESTA leadership requested the minutes of the March 16th special board meeting a couple weeks ago when speaking with the superintendent and her cabinet, and only received them last night when another request was made yesterday. According to HESTA's contract, special board meeting minutes are supposed to be posted to the district website, yet they are nowhere to be seen. HESTA has spoken to several attendees at the March 16th special board meeting, and there are inconsistencies with how discussions progressed at that meeting regarding facilities and the minutes that we were finally able to read. One of those inconsistencies is that one of the board directives from the March 16th meeting was that HPS would be moving to Sunny Slope. Yet the minutes of that special board meeting do not mention even the possibility of that move. These inconsistencies are concerning, and the community members that this meeting directly affects have no access to the minutes of special board meetings. We also question why special board meetings so often occur during times when no HESTA members can attend unless they get a substitute. So we want to have a little bit of dialogue during our presentation today. Our first question is, Is there a reason that the minutes from special board meetings are not being made available on the district website? We know that we can access the regular board meeting minutes
Right.
in the agendas of the next board meeting, but we have not seen the special board meeting minutes.
We are the only school district in our county that puts on, shows the minutes, or shows even our board meetings on YouTube. So we're the only one. We are also the only one that posts, minutes and special meetings. We do not, televise, and we, keep our notes, and I guess we could put them, on the website, but at this time, that is not part of our procedure. So when we have special meetings, which we have all the time, where we meet as a group, maybe closed session as a group, we call them study sessions. When we have facility meetings, then we have invited people to come, and, we had quite a group that was watching us do this. So, I think that's all I can really say.
I will just point out that as far as the HESTA side of things, I believe only our Vice President, Betsy LeMay, was able to attend, particularly that March 16th meeting, because of it at least starting during our contract hours.
I know that when I was HESTA president, that we would ask to have someone else, and then they provide us up, and we were never denied.
At the March 24th board meeting, the board made a motion to host a town hall at Mays regarding the HPS move. Community members were notified of the town hall after students and staff had already signed off for spring break, with the date set for the first evening back from that break. This timing limited meaningful participation from families and staff, and it gave the appearance that community input was not genuinely being sought. Additionally, at the same meeting, the board decided there was no need for a town hall at RSJ, Rancho San Justo, or Lad Lane, because the decision to move the Lad Lane students from 6th to 8th grade was already final. If decisions were final regarding HPS and Mays, can you please clarify the intent and timing of the town hall meeting at Mays on April 6th?
We wanted to have it right away, because the Easter break was in the middle.
But if the decision was already made for HBS to move to Mays, then why were you choosing to seek community input when you did not decide to do the same for Rancho San Justo and Lad Lane?
So town halls, creating special board meetings, calendarizing them are at the discretion of the board. Sometimes the board has to work with consultants and work with their availability, which is something that they are closely working with Capital PFG, that consultant. So not only are they coordinating 5 calendars, their own, plus additional calendars. The question about why the town hall took place on the Monday right after spring break, that was because the board during the March 24th meeting talked about having it as soon as possible. So the Monday right after the spring break was as soon as possible. They have the opportunity to decide when and where, these town halls can take place, and it was decided that Mays should have their town hall on that Monday. At any given point, based on the contract, the HESTA CBA, HESTA can ask for release time to attend these special board meetings. There is the clause in Article 4, I believe, association rights, that allows for HESTA to ask for the release time to attend, regardless of the time, whether it's contract hours or, towards the end of the day or at the beginning of the day.
I think we're seeking clarification as to why Mays and Hollister Prep was given the opportunity to host a town hall for a decision that was previously made, but Rancho San Justo and Lad Lane were not given that same town hall opportunity.
Again, that's at the discretion of the board. They may choose to have town halls. They could be planning a town hall in the future. They could have decided that a town hall was essential at Mays because of perhaps population sizes.
Are we allowed to speak from the audience or
No.
no? So, just to clarify, I think what our parent club was about to say is that because we were offered the opportunity to have a town hall, we walked into that meeting feeling like there was still a chance to change the board's mind.
Amen.
And when we got to that meeting, that was a very different feeling than what we had come in expecting.
And there were only 2 board members there, so the rest of us that were not there do not know what you were referencing. So it makes it a little bit challenging for the rest of us to gauge kind of.
Thank you for that clarification, yes. So, when the meeting started, Trustee Grist and Trustee O'Connor kind of gave an overview of why HBS was needing to move. And within about 5 to 10 minutes, it sounded very certain that the decision was made and there was no room for real discussion. And so we were giving feedback of how it felt to our community and we were feeling like we were trying to voice concerns and voice opinions for a decision that was already completely made and no changing of the mind could occur.
Well, you know, it was our meeting scheduled, we were there an hour and a half. You guys said a lot in that hour and a half, and we listened, but it doesn't mean that we have to change our minds. I mean, think about it. You were given plenty of time.
If I have comment, am I allowed to stand with that?
No.
No, I'm
This
sorry.
is an agenda item.
Do I get to fill out another slip?
No, public comments are over. That's the Brown Act, you can look it up.
I don't need to look it up.
So HESTA does have additional concerns about the use of taxpayer funds and adherence to the expert guidance. The facilities master plan consultant provided recommendations that do not appear to have been followed. The first time the public was notified of a possible move regarding Hollister Prep to Mays was 5 hours and 24 minutes into the March 24th board meeting, and that comment was made by Trustee Martinez, who explored the idea that AAA and HBS could both fit at Mays in the open classrooms. It was mentioned again at 6 hours and 47 minutes when Trustee Rios asked if the board was moving on to HBS's going to Mays. Trustee O'Connor responded that the board needed to look at the numbers because the consultant spreadsheet stated that HBS going to Mays would not work by the 2030-31 school year in order for Mays to grow. This question and many more that were brought up at this meeting were important enough to investigate. However, the board voted minutes later to proceed with moving HPS to Mays without investigating those questions. This raises the question from HESTA. Why invest in expert analysis if those recommendations are ultimately disregarded? And why was a motion made with so many questions left unanswered?
As much as HESTA can understand that these are difficult decisions, decisions of this magnitude seem to have been made without sufficient discussion or engagement with key stakeholders, including community members, site employees, and parents. Inclusive dialogue is essential for building trust and ensuring well-informed outcomes. This is equally concerning as our HESTA bargaining team has been met with little to no dialogue regarding negotiations. Several times, our bargaining team has reported back that the district's bargaining team has struck large sections of proposals without giving feedback or reasoning, rather than truly providing a counter offer.
Thank you, Kelly. We're at our 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Now it's time for the annual report from the San Benito Arts Council presentation.
Good evening.
Lane. I'm here with my colleague Amanda Chiato. We represent the San Diego County Arts Council and want to thank Chair Briss, Superintendent Sanchez, and members of the board for welcoming us tonight to present our annual Arts and Education presentation. There we go. So the San Diego County Arts Council, we are a 501c3 nonprofit based in Hollister, California. We do a lot of things. We're essentially engaged in connecting and uplifting our community through arts, culture, and creativity. We have grant programs, we do public art, but really our crown jewel is our arts and education program. A big part of the success of our arts and education program that we've been partnering with the school district since 2009 is our alignment and values. That we're really focused on rigorous arts learning. We are building communities and cultures of care with students, teachers, and school communities, and we're also really focused on student equity, where every single student, no matter their background, their school site, their previous experience in art, gets to receive art every week through our program. Our arts and education program is very broad. Amanda will go into the details of what we've been up to this year. It's a bit like a tree with different branches. So we do visual arts, we do professional development for teachers, we do grant making for teachers as well, and a lot of community outreach and advocacy. Okay, I will pass it over to Amanda. Yeah. Good evening, hello. Thank you, Superintendent Sanchez and the board and the cabinet. Thank you, Colleen, for your continued partnership. I'm always so happy to be here to talk about this program that is near and dear to my heart. So this is a great image here to talk about the TK through 8th grade visual arts program, which is really deeply embedded into school communities and is a part of students' core curriculum. The horizontal articulation of visual arts standards and the state adopted arts education curriculum are demonstrated here. We have our special day class students at Sunny Slope working with hands-on materials on the left, and then moving towards more complex and difficult projects on the right. This is an 8th grade student on the right. The artwork there is tremendous. And through these programs, it just includes all of our learners, our special day class students, our English language learners, and those demonstrating exceptional artistic skill. As we've seen this program grow over time and be sustainable, the level of skill that the students are possessing year after year is really continuing to challenge our teaching artists to really step up their game, which is really exciting. While students work and master a variety of tools and methods, they're also strengthening critical thinking skills, building relationships with peers, and developing their ability to not just duplicate projects, but respond creatively to class objectives. And we saw this in our data set, that they're really moving towards a lot of creative thinking that's just outside of duplicating projects. For our next slide here, our Performing Arts Accelerator program, we have a new percussion program this year, which is a new adoption that has really taken flight, and it is led by Dana Parker, who is a professional musician, and she's the head of the Pinnacles Art Association. It's quickly become a student favorite, as you can see her quote there. Every photo that she sent me, students are completely engaged, which is always very exciting to see. This is very important, this program, because it really does exemplify the shared values that we have and the district has for building that pipeline for the 4th through 8th grade band program. And she's been a real advocate of really building that cohesion with Susan, and this Day of Percussion that's coming up on May 18th, that I invite all of you to attend, where these students, the 3rd grade students all across the Hollister School District, will be performing. They've been practicing their rhythm and timing and mastering songs to perform with the middle school band and the high school band. So that's going to be really exciting to see. And they get to visually see where they can go with these skills that they're building. So really proud of this program. On the right, we see the pilot Arlo Hardin program led by Sandra Arechi. She was here earlier because she also teaches visual arts, but she's departed. She's also an actress with El Teatro Campesino, so she brings a lot flair and passion for the theater arts, that she is also, a practicing theater actress, and so she teaches these classes in English and Spanish.
The song and dance program focuses on rhythm, collaboration, and what we talked about as expressive healing, which I love. She told them they can dance anytime, not just at weddings. They've since become very embodied, she said. The theater program focuses or it gamifies the actor studio. So it engages students in using their bodies to tell stories. And she says, you know, they're all becoming real leaders, that they want to play the games, they're gaining this deep respect for their peers. And so we're really excited to continue that program next year. And it's become very successful. They're gonna be preparing for their end of year performances that we also invite you to, performing to bilingual music for students and families. So that's always very exciting. I know that's also shared value, parent engagement. Let's see. We continue to have the rotating district exhibition, which is an element of our community engagement that's part of our contract with the district. And it's thrilling to see the artwork go up and come down and new projects shine, and seeing the variety of projects and grade levels. This is a TK class, which is pretty astonishing, and it's with glow-in-the-dark paint. So they're able to create these images, and they have mixed media, so they've got to cut it out and glue it, and you know, all that good stuff. So we're really happy to see that artwork come up and down, and it has been very inspiring for other school sites. This is HDLA. You know, these larger installations at other school sites are really great for students to see. They're kind of, you know, we had a lot of murals go up in many years in collaboration with the district, but these being in school sites, this one, you know, really focusing on be yourself, be the change, so encouraging messages. This is also mixed media. This was also showcased at the County Art Showcase. So multiple sites are doing installations like this that, you know, mirror what's happening at the district, which I love to see. These are some sample photographs from the County Art Showcase this year, and I will say it was the best one yet, and I feel redundant because I think I say that every year to the board, but the skill, the talent, I mean, it was so exceptional, and the county office of ed was a great partner on this. And this is a bit inaccurate. There's probably over 90% of student artwork came from the Hollister School District programs. And our teaching artists really, we planned very early this year to make sure that they had a variety of projects. They use a lot of different mediums so that we could really showcase what the students can do, and it was amazing. And about 50 students also had artwork chosen from the Superior Court of San Benito to be installed there for a year-round exhibition. So we're thrilled to continue to push on opportunities where students can showcase their artwork outside of just school or the district, where it can become something that they see themselves as artists out in the community as a part of all the art in our spaces. So that's really fun. Okay, so we are just always about professional development. I love professional development, and we were happy to participate in the district's PD at the beginning of the year, and really the thought-provoking talk around rigor. And we took that back to our planning sessions and really thought about what that meant for arts education and how we could, again, have that shared value with the district. This specific photograph is from an arts integration training that we did with Sarah Honeyhume from the Roma San Juan School District. So we're really happy to always, you know, be partners in the arts. And this was a needle felting workshop. So we are already planning on integrating this into our curriculum next year and really delving into the fiber arts. And so this will be probably middle school, but she did show us all the different ways you could continue to adapt it earlier and earlier. And so exposure to those materials sooner allows you to do more diverse projects. Okay, so I'll continue on. And as you know, we are always advocating for arts education. We're currently working on the VAPA Pipeline Project, which is funded by a grant from Uplift Central Coast and funded by Newsom's California Jobs First initiative. We're working closely with our Tri-County region to build a sustainable VAPA teacher pipeline for local artists and educators to become credentialed art teachers. Right now, we're engaging with a variety of stakeholders in a variety of surveys, interviews, things like this, across sectors to create this plan to ensure that we meet the demands of Prop 28. And we think this directly benefits the school district. We'd love to present our plan in December and share next steps that we're working on with that.
So we'll go over a few data points. It's very fascinating taking surveys from students and teachers too. This is one of my favorite things too. Okay, so overall, we're just always looking at, you know, is it effective? What's working? What's not? How can we adapt? How can we meet students where they are? How can we move with the ebbs and flows of teacher needs, district needs, things like that? Overall, here it says, is this curriculum allowing all learners to participate and engage? And we have a pretty strong yes there. When people said most of the time or no, actually there is no no's here, which is great. They'll give some feedback, and we're always very happy to get teacher feedback so we can adapt and shift. Again, with teachers and students, overwhelmingly yes, they would like the program to continue. When there is a no, there's usually feedback. Sometimes it's about frustrating projects, and that can mean a lot of different things. You know, so we bring this back to our team and we analyze projects, we adapt for next year, and if there's specific issues or concerns that come up from certain teachers, we'd love to go back to them and talk to the program, talk to them about the program. I love this slide because it says, what is one artistic skill that you use today? I think this really demonstrates how students are finding transferable skills through these arts programs, and specifically through standards-based, sequential, ongoing instruction. These things don't typically happen in a one-time session, so this is a real asset to the school district. This is a very special program, and you can see it in this data. Students, yes, they want to have art. This one is so great because I asked, when you make art, how do you feel? And every year when I ask this question, the number of responses grows, and to me that is, they feel free to express, they are encouraged to express, they have lots of ideas about how it makes them feel, and we can definitely share the whole data set so you can take a look. Some favorite quotes. This student smile just makes me smile. I feel like I'm capable of everything when I'm in art class. I can be myself and I can feel proud of the art that I make, and that's really what we want for all students in general and through this program, is feeling capable of everything when they're in school. So looking ahead, we're always a eager partner for the district in addressing the needs of the district. We are working with the district on the summer school arts program. We're likely going to continue the TK through 8th grade visual arts program. We're all set to go. That will hopefully come to the board in May, and we hope that you approve that. We'd love to continue the awards and the permanent exhibition, the County Art Showcase. I have a meeting next week to discuss how can we even do more. And I've been in talks with Jill Cameron about ELOP, and we really want to enhance that program as well. So in terms of strategic arts planning and advocacy, we are really hoping that we can have an opportunity to discuss the arts plan that was created pre-COVID but not adopted by the board, and that we can discuss some of the outcomes that were outlined in that strategic plan that we have exceeded by now, and really take a look at some of the framework that still might be meaningful, and then consider Prop 28 and fold that in, and so that we can be a partner to the district in executing a real well-formed arts plan in service of positive student outcomes. And we have lots of our teaching artists going to the Arts Integration Summer Institute in Santa Cruz, and we're hoping next year to offer some professional development through a grant from the California Arts Council, that we would invite classroom teachers to come and work with our teaching artists, so that we have some more of that arts integration piece coming back to the schools too. And last but not least, I just wanted to say I went to the CESESA Arts Summit, and it was so great because I saw so many people across California that are doing great things, and we are doing great things here in the district together. And I really want to make some space around telling the story of our successes, because this program is really unique and really successful, and is really serving positive student outcomes, like I said before. And I'll say the sustainable funding dedicated to this consistent and ongoing program demonstrates our shared vision, which is that the arts are core curriculum and serve every student. And the outcomes of this program exemplify the power of partnerships to support positive student outcomes. And we thank you for your support.
I want to say something. My grandson is special needs, and in 3rd grade did the banjo. And he's in 6th grade now, and we were at an event, and he picked up a guitar, knew how to do it, and now he's having guitar lessons. We bought him a guitar, and he is learning, and that came from the program.
Thank you for sharing that. I think we all have those personal stories, and it's just really critical. You can see it come through, and my son is in 6th grade, and he's dyslexic, and so some of the English language arts, which I'm a poet, so I'm like, oh, reading, and for him, it's very difficult. So he can really shine through the arts, and so it really is a place for everyone, for every child, and it meets every child where they are. Yes.
I love the arts program.
Thank you.
I think you do a really great job, and it affects the students who may not normally get those grades, or I just love the natural ability. I'm not saying you're not doing your job, but it brings out the natural ability in each student. And please encourage the principals to invite the board. I would love it. I used to go, when we had invitations, I knew, some of the things that were going on, so please encourage them to invite the board.
I will. We'd love to see you on campus, and it's really great to see it in action. And Jennifer, I always say, like when we go out to schools or we see an assembly, like we just begin to feel so emotional, because that's the heart of our work. And sometimes you're so busy doing the work, and then you go see it, and you see the smiles on students' faces, and you see that engagement. And that's what we want to do is bring out what's already there, uncover what's already there. So thank you for sharing that. I'll write down invitation on my notes.
I wanted to say also that, I'm very impressed with the art. We saw the individual students tonight, and what you showed in your presentation, and I'm really happy to hear that you are looking to promote and show our student work out in the community.
Thank you.
I happen to have been up at the Santa Clara County Office of Ed, and throughout that massive building, they have student artwork pretty much, I guess, on a permanent display, because some were quite old. And it was just really nice to go and take a look at the different art. And so I think if we've got community buildings here in town, that would be great. I did have a couple questions.
Sure.
How often do you go into the classrooms?
Thank you. My colleague would say, be specific. Every week, all students TK through 8th grade are receiving 45 minutes of visual arts. It's at all sites, and that's all year round. And then in the percussion program and the dance program, those are 45 minutes for 16 weeks, and the same for the dance and theater.
And when you guys are doing your, you go into a classroom, right?
So-
You don't come out to a separate classroom.
So it's different at every site, which are some of the opportunities and challenges that we deal with. Some teaching artists are working from a cart, so they're doing art on a cart, and they're moving classroom to classroom. Some sites have a designated art classroom, they're coming to that space. Some sites they have a shared space where students can come, some are working from a pod, so it's really site dependent.
Do especially at the elementary level, I think it might be easier, do the teachers follow the students? Do they stay with their students while they're in your art class?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And we highly encourage teachers to participate. We are well aware of the bandwidth of teachers, as we've heard this evening. So that's why we're hoping too to have that integration piece, offer some of that professional development. And then we just really focus on building relationships, relationships between teaching artists, classroom teachers, district staff, principals, so that we can really address what are those needs on the ground at that school site.
Because I think that it would be really good for the classroom teacher, especially those students who have difficulties for one reason or another, to see them so engaged in this kind of an activity, and that's bound to have language going on, and collaboration with their peers and that sort of thing. And I think that's a really good thing for teachers to be able to also observe in a different environment with different teachers.
I totally agree. Did I make a mistake? So I just wanted to bring up, we, as the Arts Council, we do a lot of direct programming, but we're also really focused on advocacy and policy. We're engaged quite a bit at the state level. So we're closely tied into folks that are addressing some of the hiccups with Prop 28, and one of those aspects is around teacher credentialing. And so we're trying to walk this fine line where we're, trying to meet the district's needs and requirements. You're, answering to the state, the Department of Ed. So one of the things we have explored is like the various ways that we can get credentialing for our teachers, teaching artists, that is recognized by the state. So they could, if it would be in the interest of the district, have more autonomy in the classroom. So one avenue would be to explore the CTE pathway that recognizes more of like work experience and that kind of thing. And that would allow a teaching artist with a CTE credential to be alone in the classroom with students. That would free up that classroom teacher for prep time in the same way that it does for PE. So we're exploring that avenue. We're looking at other certificate programs. And then as Amanda mentioned with the California Jobs First funded project, that's really looking at kind of the more formal credentialing pathway where we would build this opportunity for teachers, for artists from our community to go to community college, go to CSUMB, and come back in a short and accessible and cheap amount of time as possible to teach back in the classrooms.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we will have a presentation on the student health services.
Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez, Madam President, and Board of Trustee members, and the audience, which shrunk, I don't know. I just want to we'll start off with introductions. My name is Anita Seringhouse. I know you guys have heard me speak lots before. I've been a nurse for 30 years. I remember the first time I spoke, I had been a nurse for 12 years. And I've been with Hollister School District for 20 of those. I cover Ladd Lane, Sarah Vista, and HDLA schools. And then everybody recognizes Miranda, right? So Miranda sends her deepest apologies that she isn't here. She had a much-deserved trip planned with her husband, and they are in Puerto Rico right now, having the time of their life. So Miranda has been a nurse for 15 years. 12 is in Hollister School District with us. She covers Aro Hardin, Sunny Slope, and Rancho Santana.
Hi everyone, my name's Trinity Mum. I'm one of the other nurses. I cover Rancho San Justo, Margaret Mays Middle School, and Calaveras AAA. I've been a nurse for 2 years, and I've been with the district a little over 1 year. And then this is our, yeah. We also have an after-school program nurse. Her name's Lisette Mendoza, but she couldn't be here tonight. She's been a nurse for a little over a year and a half, and she's been with the district since September.
My name's Gabriel Phillips. Okay, I think some of you recognize me. I can't. So I recognize some of you. I'm at Ladd Lane. My name's Gabriel Phillips. I'm at Ladd Lane. I'm an RN. I've been a nurse for 7 years. Preliminary credentialed school nurse for 3. And I work with a one-on-one student who requires a nurse. He's in twice a week, but outside of that time, I assist the paraprofessionals in our classroom with their students. I'm in I want to call it medically fragile class. I'm not sure exactly what the classification is, but that's the classroom I'm in at that lane. Also, the after-school nurse that Trinity had spoken about, Lisette Mendoza, she is in our classroom in the morning hours to assist there as well with trainings, and I'm getting her up to speed on some of the things school nursing-wise, just health plan review and care plans, different things with the students so that she can get up to speed. So, thank you.
the health services team. So we really focus on promoting the health, safety, and well-being of all of our students, and also how that impacts their learning. Our goals are to have students that are healthy, safe, and ready to learn, as well as making sure that our education is equitable for all students, no matter if they have health needs or not. And then also making sure that our schools are prepared for any medical emergencies. This is our health services team. Like we said, we have 5 credentialed school nurses, but only 3 of us serve the school sites during the day, and then we have 1 at Magdalene in the classroom and 1 at our after-school programs. We also have 10 health clerks in the district. 1 is here at the district serving all of our schools, kind of, and then our others are 1 at each school site. So in terms of our team, our school nurses coordinate the care of our students with complex medical conditions, ensuring that they have safe access to education every day. And then our health clerks are on the ground at the school sites, managing hundreds of health office visits every month, and making sure that students have safe access to care at the school. And then our team works together to make sure our school community is safe and healthy. And then this is in the slides that you have. This is our school nurse practice framework. It's created by the National Association of School Nurses. This is really what guides our practice as school nurses. As you can see in the picture, it's kind of like a school nurse hugging everything inside the circle. In the middle is the student out of focus, and then it has the family and school community. And then the 4 components of our practice, which is care coordination, quality improvement, leadership, and community and public health, along with our standards of practice.
So this is just, in the handout that we gave you, there's like a bazillion things that nurses do, but we wanted to highlight one from each area that we really are proud of. And so the beginning is pretty much the majority of what we do as school nurses is that care coordination. So we're assessing students. Do you need a health care plan or an emergency care plan? Do you have meds at school? Do you need wheelchair access? Do you need like wheelchair access to a bathroom? Do you just sort of that kind of thing? And then in communicating with parents, physicians, and then school staff, we all get together and work it out, and then we create a healthcare plan, individualized healthcare plan, IHP, you might see that later, and that's what that's referring to. So then teachers know exactly how they're gonna be able to safely care for their students. Community health, again, we start with the student in the center, but really we also do community health, so we work closely with our public health department. And then this year I want to thank Stacy and Colleen because we've been invited to serve on the multi-tiered support systems of support, there you go. SSTs, IEPs 504, we're in a lot of those meetings, and our goal in those meetings is to be a voice for the student, an advocate for the student. Again, it's not that it's not thought of by teachers, but I don't expect teachers to always think about medical things and how this would impact the student, and so we get to be the presence on those teams and be the voice for that. And then quality improvement, which is the biggest would be if there's a mistake, like maybe a med error or something like that has taken place, it's dealt with openly and honestly. Health clerks are very good at communicating and being transparent, so then we can identify it, address it, retrain, and do what we can to ensure it never happens again. And then the next is our partnership. So the way I kind of like to talk about this is nurses take a really broad view of things because, again, if you imagine I have 3 schools, I have a lot of kids in all those schools, so sometimes I have to really zoom out and then zoom in on a different school. But in making those, we zoom in so that we can be at those meetings, make the care plans, and then we, again, pull back out. But then our health clerks, they are the heartbeat of our health offices. They are who the student sees, they are the first contact, they are well-trained, they care very deeply for their students, they take their jobs very seriously, and they provide, of course, the first aid, they implement care plans, they really are trained and know how to react to the emergency care plans that we do. And so the huge thing here really comes in, I like to think that, again, health clerks are very focused, we're a little bit broader, and then together the whole point is that students can be in school to access their education. So the next slide. these are the areas that we train health clerks on. I think that a lot of you are familiar with it, the first aid and triage, medication, emergency response. But the thing I like to specifically talk about here is that all training is provided and overseen by a credentialed school nurse. They don't perform tasks that they haven't been trained to do, and how we determine that. So in your guys' book, there is an extra page that talks about delegation. And so what that means is just, it's not, can you help me out with this project? But I have assessed by Ed Code that this is a safe procedure, it's routine, it poses little threat of harm, and it can be done with expected outcomes. So then I can train you on it, and then we give that responsibility to a UAP, they call it, unlicensed assisted personnel, our health clerks, and then our health clerks enact it. But the interesting thing with delegation, there's a definition there. While we give that task to another person, we ultimately, as the nurse, are responsible for the outcome of that care that's provided. So we're not supervisors to health clerks, like we're not administrators, but we're supervisors of the health-related tasks that they perform, and we're very much interested in the outcomes that come from that care. We're so grateful for them. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this one too, sorry. Okay, so students served, this is where we get into the good juicy numbers. So, something like this that just kind of jumps out that I would like to pull your attention to is the individualized healthcare plans and emergency care plans. So that's roughly just under 500 students who have a plan that their teacher, the yard duty, the principal, the health clerk, everybody knows this is the care that this student needs to keep them safe and at school and in class. And then also what to do when there's an emergency happens. The other thing is our hearing and vision screening. So over half the district was screened this year for hearing and vision screenings. All of our data is pretty much from ARIES. The hearing and vision screenings, the best thing about this is that it really helps us catch any hearing or vision problems because before they become a barrier to learning. And then what conditions those health conditions include are listed there below.
This is a graph that shows our health office visits that we had the first couple months of this year. As you can see, there was a big spike in March. We've been seeing a lot of asthma, allergies, flu going around. Even this month, I was subbing on Monday and I saw lots of RP kids and things like that. So there's still illness going around, even in April. But many of our health clerks see upwards of 50, 60 plus students a day. And these numbers also show multiple visits from the same students and students that frequently visit often. So we wanted to show you how many people we're seeing.
And February was little, not to interrupt, but because it's a short month and on top of it, February is a short month and also there was spring break, so the number was looking lower.
And then these are some of the illnesses that we've been seeing this year. Noteworthy, hand, foot, mouth has been very popular this school year, especially in our little kids. And then our normal things like the flu, common colds. And really our health clerks are the ones that are seeing these things in our students, and then once our students are diagnosed with something, we find out, and then we send out exposure notices for any communicable diseases, things like pertussis, hand, foot, mouth. Those things we send exposure notices for to parents. That way they know, hey, your kid has been exposed at school. These are symptoms to look out for in your own student in case they were to develop. Like Anita said, we work very closely with the San Bernardino County Public Health Department in terms of getting current public health information about trends and how things might impact our students. We meet with them quarterly. We have a meeting coming up in 2 weeks, I think, and so we get lots of new information from them. And we also take questions that we have about different things that we're seeing in our practice and get guidance from them. We also connect families and students with different resources and provide guidance on how they can safely return to school after they get a illness or whatever. This slide goes over our stock medications that we have at our schools. We fortunately have 3 different medications that we stock at each of our school sites now. We have stock EpiPens, which are used to treat anaphylaxis or severe allergic reactions. They've been in our school since 2012. We've used them 19 times. 4 of those have been this year. And about 90% of those times are first-time allergic reactions. So we're really lucky that we have those at our schools to help. And they've been used for staff and students. And then recently, we were able to implement our stock albuterol, which is a medication that's used commonly for asthma, but we can use it for anyone in respiratory distress. So I helped implement that, going through information provided by our California School Nurses Organization. It was just recently passed to be able to be in California schools in the fall. So we were able to ask LEA for funding, and that got approved, so now we have albuterol inhalers at all of our schools. It says that we've used it 5 times, but we've actually used it 7 times now. I actually got to use it on a student once, and it did help them quite a bit. So it was a student that had asthma, but was not able to have medication at school. So we were glad that we had that, prevented a 911 call from happening. And then we also have Narcan at all of our schools as well. We have not had to use it, but we have it just in case we ever need to use it for any potential overdoses.
And I do want to highlight something that Trinity talked about, which was, again, it seems like everything that we do as a team, we couldn't, as nurses, work without our health clerks. 3 people couldn't be at all the sites at one time. And our health clerks, right, they can't really function unless they have a nurse. So the thing is that without this teamwork, so that's exactly how it is with the emergency medications, right? Like Trinity said, she did a lot of work on researching, because we do belong to organizations like California School Nurse Association and National School Nurse Association. We find out about these things far in advance. So I think it was only 2 days after it was approved, and Trinity had the LEA thing written up and was like, okay, for EpiPens, we don't have to pay for them. But for albuterol, we do need to buy the albuterol. So our LEA collaborative approved that. And then I think 2 days after it was okayed, they were in our schools. And that is just huge. And then how the health clerks come in is we train them how to use it and stuff, but they are the ones that are there. They are observing these students and the symptoms. They are the ones just enabling every time. Again, I've been to a couple of the albuterol calls, because a couple, like it says there, or it did, sorry, we go back, I'm so sorry. One of them, so now 3 students were able to return to class. 3 were stabilized, looking under albuterol, but 1 required a 911 call, so I went for that. And just seeing the health clerk there, calm, with the student, had already given the medication, had documented the times it had been given. Like, again, our health clerks, we can't say enough wonderful things about them and what they do. Thank you. So this slide, we've kind of been rushing a little bit because we want to leave it on this slide for a few minutes. So the first thing I'll say is that the last time I gave a board report was 2013, and when we pulled the records, the nice thing is I had numbers for these things from that old report, and so it was nice to be able to compare. So you can see for yourself, everything has at least grown 50%, and students with medication at school has grown 100%. So we're giving twice as many medications as we did 13 years ago on a daily basis. Again, it impacts nurses because it's twice as many orders that we sign. Oftentimes it means that it's now, we have to do an emergency care plan if it's an asthma inhaler, if it's an EpiPen, if it is a seizure medication. And so that's more work for us, but then again, as you see in the health office visits, it's more work for the health clerks because that's more medication that they're giving, more visits that they're having. The other thing that was surprising, because I had forgotten about it, was in 2013, and Kathy can attest because she was a health clerk then, there were no care plans. We didn't have individualized health plans, and we didn't have emergency care plans. It was about 10 years ago that we learned about it at our conference that this was becoming a new thing. And at the time, it did seem overwhelming and daunting, and how are we going to implement this? And now it's just sort of second nature. I can't imagine never having had it. And so I think it's actually one of the things that Miranda and I are proudest of. And so I say Miranda and I because that's another thing I'd like you, when you
look at this slide is to just realize that for the past 13 years, until last January, we had the same team. We had 2 nurses and we had 10 health clerks. And that team rode all of these changes, all of these increases out. So the next thing that I really want to talk to you about is how grateful we are. So, a little over a year ago, Trinity joined our team, and we are beyond thankful for her. As Trinity mentioned, she is a newer nurse, but honestly, you see her here tonight, articulate. That's exactly how she is with students. Like, go get her, both feet, dove in. I'll help you do this presentation. It's okay, we'll do it together. I just think that that speaks a lot about her character, about her nursing skills, and so we're really, really grateful for her. And today, I like to often say with newer nurses, we have a lot to teach, and we do, but they have a lot to teach us, right? They've just come from school, they sometimes know newer tricks and things, and so today she was totally helping me on an IEP thing, so grateful. So our next thank yous actually is to Mr. Ward and Superintendent Sanchez for signing off on an LEA request that we made that enabled us to have the 3rd nurse. And huge, huge kudos to LEA for listening to us. We didn't have a board report like this. What we literally brought in was our stack of care plans. And we just took copies, put them in bins, and brought them to the meeting. And so just that one little aspect alone, they were like, yes, you will approve the 3rd nurse. So huge kudos to them for that. The other thing is that Colleen, I don't know why, like it must be menopausal. I'm like, Colleen, you know, Dr. Myers, so sorry. I know. Dr. Myers, so grateful that she hired a nurse for the ELOP program. And so grateful to Dr. G. We call him Gabe and him Dr. G now to keep the names separate, but grateful to Dr. G for hiring a nurse. And it's just been very helpful, and we're so thankful. The last thing that I'll say is that the collaborative recently, LEA Collaborative, recently approved health clerk hours to be increased. Here's the really funny thing about this board report. 13 years ago, when I stood in front of you, it was to increase health clerk hours because they were, I forget if it was 3.5 or 4.
Yeah, right.
We wanted to make them full-time. We couldn't, but they did get moved to 5.5. And so tonight, to think of standing here and actually having a health clerk bell to bell is very humbling, and we're so thankful. So please accept our thanks. And again, our last thanks is actually to you, because tonight the MOU for that is on your guys' board report, and we're really hoping that you will approve it. Thank you for your time, thank you for listening, and thank you for inviting us to do this. And we did give Gabe one slide.
I'm so grateful. Healthy children learn better.
Do you guys have any questions at all?
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
I always love to bring the microphone. Oh, I thought that was, okay. I always love hearing your reports. You're so very thorough, and the work that you do literally saves lives. And so I'm appreciative of that. Can you explain the difference between a care plan and an emergency plan?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. So an emergency plan, the way to think of it is any student who has an emergency med will have an emergency care plan, but they don't necessarily have an individual plan. So if you have asthma and you need albuterol, if you have, if you need EpiPen, if you need medications, Valtoco or Diastat for seizures, they're one-page papers with very specific first this, then this, then this. And they are given when we have students who have known health problems. And so again, a doctor's sent in, or a parent has brought in a doctor's order, we fill it out, and we fill out an emergency care plan with it automatically if it's asthma, seizures, anaphylaxis, things like that. Leaning on the thing. And an individualized healthcare plan is that you have a disease or illness and you need but the teacher teacher is going to need, like, okay, the student is gonna be toileted this many hours. So it kind of starts head to toe, right? If there is a vision problem, then that is on the individualized healthcare plan. If it includes like a heart problem and we have to have PE restrictions, it'll say that. So it can go still from very minor, but we definitely, we write them for anybody where we're like, a teacher needs to know this specifically, because then they can have it for subs, yard duties know it. But sometimes they're multiple pages, because maybe the student has cerebral palsy and is in a wheelchair and has a G-tube feed. It covers every single thing that will be done for that student.
Thank you. And my other question was, where you talked about the 3 different medications, the albuterol, EpiPen, and the Narcan. Are schools required by any kind of ed code or law to have those?
Epi for sure is required to be at schools. Albuterol is kind of an optional thing right now, just because it was so recently passed, but in our opinion, the more the better. The more access to these medications, the better. We're using them. Narcan, yes.
So yes, and that's such a great point, because I think that that's what I was trying to say earlier, that I wasn't articulating it very well, was we in Hollister School District pride ourselves that we implement these things before they become the law. So when they become available, so Kathy will remember AEDs. They came out. We also went to LEA and got this funding, and then about 5 years later, I remember getting an email. Oh, there's this new requirement out there. We need AEDs, and it's like, oh yeah, we already have them. So, I mean, not to sound prideful, but it's important, right? I think you said that so well, Trin. We know
It's always
important.
better to be proactive than reactive.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Yes, I was one of those 3.5-hour employees, and it was very hard. We did get them increased somewhat later, but I do want to say that the health clerks now are so much more educated, and you are great educators. And I really appreciate, what you do, how you train the health clerks, and how proficient you are. And your encouragement to those health clerks. I remember you encouraged me to go to audiometry school, and I did, and worked many, many years with Vicky's mom, and you and Carol, and that was the favorite part of my job, because having vision screenings and hearing screenings are so important. Even if you catch one child that cannot see, that improves their whole life in every way. So thank you for that. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate all the health clerks. Also, the addition of the health clerk here to be able to sub, because that was always a problem. It was the secretaries, okay, well, I'm gonna be a health clerk today. So that was a great idea, that we were able to do that.
Yeah, Diego I believe it was during COVID or maybe right before, but he thought that it would be a good idea. And he was right, especially in, like you say, first there are specific things that she helps us with. Screening is a huge one, so we no longer have to pull the health clerk out of the health office when we screen now. We have someone with us to do that. We used to rely heavily on volunteers, but it's harder and harder with different requirements and things, and I get that. People are working and their lives are very busy. But then it's also nice because she has subbed a ton. And it's so nice. She is out right now, and that's why Trinity and Miranda and myself, we've been subbing in the health offices lately to help out, because there aren't a lot of subs, and yes, it's huge. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do.
I was gonna add too, because you brought up the vision screenings, but since we don't have the VSP program anymore, we're partnering with the Lions Club, Hollister Lions Club. They offer funding for eye exams and glasses for students. So we've been able to get a few pairs of glasses for students. Two specific students. I have 3 in the works right now at my schools, but they've been really awesome partnering for that as well.
Well, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to have a report on general education BCBA progress.
Hello, good evening.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Evelyn and I am the Gen Ed BCBA. Today I'll be reporting on the 2025-2026 school year.
Can you hold the microphone so that people in the TV audience can hear?
Is that better?
Thank you.
Down. Oh, there we go. So a little life update. Last August of 2025, I had a baby. Her name is Jimena and she's now 8 months old. I had the opportunity to stay with her the first few months and I returned to work in January after the winter break. There we go. So as of January until now, I've received a total of 61 behavior referrals. That is more than 50% of what I received from the previous year, which I received 80, but that was from August to June of 2025. So the rate that these are coming in is a lot faster than the previous year. Little report on these. The 61 referrals came from 7 different sites, and currently about 85.2% of those are still remaining in general education, and that's with tier 1 and tier 2 support. 8.2% of those have transitioned to a tier 3. That means that they were assessed and they qualified for some type of individualized support. And 6.6% of those are currently during assessment and their results are pending. The type of support that I provided is basically direct observations, collaborations with teachers, administrators, sharing recommendations, and additional training as needed. One new thing that I did this year compared to last year was I created a Safe Hands, Kind Friends social skills group specifically for our TK students. I was receiving a lot of referrals for TKs not keeping their hands to themselves. So I created this group, and it was specifically for those that demonstrated the difficulty with their keeping hands to themselves. They had no prior experience in structured academic-like settings like preschool, and they had limited opportunities for socialization outside of school with similar age peers. We met 4 times per week for 30 minutes for 4 consecutive weeks, and we worked on identifying what safe hands are, demonstrated keeping hands to themselves during structured and unstructured play. We worked on using words instead of their hands. We practiced basic friendship skills such as sharing, turn taking, asking, apologizing, and we worked on improving their impulse control with adult support. I originally started with 5 students. Unfortunately, we ended the group with 3, and I'll be reporting data on each one. So student number 1, he was able to attend all of the sessions. And on this graph, you're going to be able to see the number of times that he was using the learned skills during the 30-minute session. I supported him during the 30-minute sessions, and then I followed him into their first recess, and that was for all the students that participated to kind of guide them and continue to coach them on the skills that we learned. At the beginning, he was having a difficult time utilizing the skills, but as you see towards the end, he was using 3 to 4 skills per session. After the 4 weeks were over, I provided teachers with a questionnaire, and they shared their feedback. So the teacher for student number 1 reported that he strongly agreed that he was using the skills independently during unstructured play. He also agreed that these carried over to classroom behavior, and he overall felt well supported by the behavior team. He also stated that he was now able to use coping skills in the classroom. He demonstrated more self-control, ability to request help, and was overall doing a lot better in the class. Student number 2, he displayed a lot more difficult behaviors. The reason why I had to also track how many times he needed redirections per session. So at the beginning, his behaviors were getting in the way of his learning and the learning of others. I had to pull him out of the group and work with him one-on-one for about a week until those behaviors were under control. Once those behaviors were under control, he was able to return to the group and finish the group. He did miss a few of the sessions, so he did not receive the full 4 sessions. This is the feedback that the teacher provided. She agreed that he was displaying better behavior in the playground or unstructured time. However, she strongly disagreed that this was carried over to the classroom. She felt overall well supported by the behavior team, but she did think that it was too short and that he should have received additional sessions. When I asked her, she said all year would have been fine. So now that I have established support and rapport with this student, what I'm doing to support him is now I'm going into the classroom. The group is over, but I'm supporting him in the classroom and collaborating with the teachers and the instruction and the aides in there. Student number 3, as you can see, there's very minimal data. And the reason for that is she missed a lot of the sessions. After about a week and a half, she was demonstrating progress. However, she stopped attending, and her attendance was just overall, like she was either late or had a lot of unexcused absences. So unfortunately, we did not see much progress. Her teacher reported that even though she didn't attend all of them, they still noticed progress during the unstructured time. But again, it did not carry over to the classroom. Overall, she felt well supported by the behavior team, and thought the intervention was great. However, she was sad to see that she was not able to receive the full 4 weeks. In addition to that, I've also provided 2 professional development trainings. The beginning of the year, I had an ABCs of behavior training for a few of our paraprofessionals. I also had the opportunity to have the active supervision and PBIS on the yard training for our yard supervisors, and that was with the help of Ms. Emma Beltry. We had our first one beginning of April, and we have a second one scheduled for May. At the site level, I've been able to support all of our sites during their MTSS process. I attend their weekly meetings, participate and collaborate with them, as well as with our administrators. We discuss behavior of concerns and interventions, provide SST supports when needed, development of level 1 behavior plans, and creating and sharing resources. Do you guys have any questions?
I just know how important a BCBA is to children that need the help, whether it be for special needs or just general education. It's incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I have a question. So you showed some examples of students who missed a number of sessions, and sometimes, they have a variety of reasons to miss sessions. Do you continue sessions with them? Like if they missed 4 sessions, do you give them 4 when they return?
So this specific program, it was more of a pilot program that I wanted to try. The reason that I created this was because I was receiving, it was like over 10 referrals for the same type of behavior. And I was feeling a little defeated going back every week and kind of checking up on them, but the concerns for the behaviors were still there.
Okay.
So I decided to pull the five with most major behaviors and work with them individually to see if that would create a bigger impact on the behavior versus just a weekly checkup on the teachers with collaboration. And I did find that that was more effective, and we did see a lot more progress. It is something that I could consider continuing to do, but essentially transferring it over to a specific person at each site would be essential for them to continue implementing that social skills group.
And if a student doesn't show improvement through whatever course of service you think is appropriate, what are the next steps for that student?
A lot of times these students are students that are part of our MTSS process. So we do collaborate with the MTSS team, and we think about any additional supports that we could implement. So it's a collaboration with like social emotional, if academics is also another concern as to why they're demonstrating behaviors, then we think about academic interventions as well. So very often we bring these students up to the table during our MTSS meetings, and we discuss additional interventions to try.
Great. Do you do any parent trainings as well? Because a lot of it can be unlearned at home. So whatever we're trying to do sometimes in the school just doesn't get reinforced at home. And I think communicating with the parent, right, some of those things that need to transfer, I think it's just as important as you trying to have certain things continue in school, because again, the accountability has to, it's a child, right? And they don't raise themselves. It's the adults, it's the village that raises the child. And, sometimes we have to go back to the parent, and instill certain things that they just may not have. But I think just as important as you kind of hitting your head against the wall is sometimes that buy-in from our parents and learning, maybe having some parent training classes in the evening for some behaviors that you see are pretty common, that parents could learn certain things to do at home.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And so far, I've had those conversations with parents, but I think that training would definitely make a bigger impact. In relating to the social skills group, what I did was the daily communication letter that was being sent home on what was the skill of the day that we worked on and what they could work on at home for them to also practice. And I just added some comments on there and some feedback for them to practice those skills at the home as well.
Well, thank you very much for everything that you're doing for our children. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time now, we're going to hear from our Superintendent Sanchez for her April report.
Okay, good evening, Board of Trustees, staff members, community members. We are going to dive into a report that will cover various topics. As we typically do, we look at enrollment. This month specifically, we are looking at TKK enrollment. And the reason why is that allows us to project staffing needs, look at facilities needs. When new students come into the district, most often, year after year, they're at the TK and or K levels. So as you can see, as of April 17th, our new TK enrollment is on its way. The last column demonstrates the total K enrollment because we have had students in TK this year who will matriculate into K, and then we have some new kinder enrollment, so it's a combination. So we are on our way to having full sites. As we look at enrollment, we look at trends, we look at what is happening in our community. For the last few months, I would say probably at least since January, the board has been looking very closely at the 2030 school year. What will that look like for the Hollister School District? What will it look like based on the different developments that we know of? We have looked at which developments have been permitted, which ones have already begun development, which ones are in the pipeline to become permitted. These are some of the highlights. They are not reflecting all of the developments, but these are some of the ones that will impact the Hollister School District schools, and some of that growth is what we are preparing for, most definitely, which we will dive into a little bit deeper. When we look at 2030, we are projected to have about 838 new students. Of that, 549 will be TK through 5th grade, and then 289 will be middle school students, which will result in a surge. These numbers come from the demographer's report. The board received a report May of 2025. So far, the demographer has been pretty accurate, so we are comfortable with these numbers as we look forward to our future plans. So with that, we must look at program and site level configuration changes. When we look at our schools, some of our schools have been TK5, some of them have been comprehensive middle schools only, some of them have been TK8s. We are looking at what makes the most fiscal sense, but also what makes the most sense for students. We know that in our community, we have limitations in regards to funding. The state of California does not provide funding, sufficient funding to school districts for facilities. If we were to try to build a new school, we would have to go out to bond. We do know that our community has spoken in previous elections where a couple of school district bonds, not ours, but a couple of school district bonds were not successful. So in order to build a school, we would need to go out to bond, in my opinion. Yes. So where does that leave us? We are looking at having to manage that growth and the capacity through that 2030-2031 school year. We may, and the board has decided on some population shifts. We've also have been looking at make further decisions or have already decided to really relocate specialized programs. The board is currently working on a facilities master plan that is not only a short-term plan, but also a long-term plan. Taking a look at what resources we have, and by resources I mean our current facilities. Are we using our space efficiently? Are there schools within our district that we could increase the enrollment capacity and still maintain a safe configuration? Are there grade level configurations that we need to adjust? And so far, some of these are the focus points that the board has taken a look at and taken action on. When we look at some of the highlights for facilities improvements and construction, those also may include program configuration changes. The Board of Trustees has previously given direction to build new classrooms on an existing infrastructure at Calaveras AAA. We have also received instruction to modernize Mays locker rooms. We've also received instruction to relocate HPS middle school grade levels to Mays Middle School. Additionally, we will be moving Ladling Middle School grade levels to Rancho San Justo. And then we are also looking at program expansion at Arlo Hardin School. These are all public decisions with public discussions that the board has had, and these are instructions to staff that we are currently working on to make progress towards. However, there are additional considerations that the board may consider. The next few slides include some potential considerations. Since this is a report, if the board is interested in any of these additional considerations, there's a agenda item further on in discussion action item where the board could take action should the board choose to. These are strictly for reporting purposes. So we will start off with taking a look at Arlo Hardin School and the potential for a TKK playground extension. When we look at Arlo Hardin expanding its program, we could take a look at that playground structure, the playground area for TKK, and the board may consider that it's not sufficient space to house those TK students or K students. Additionally, the board may consider to add a shade structure there. That would require a feasibility study, and we would need to take a look at whether or not that's doable. A feasibility study would ensure that there is cost effectiveness, that it's practical, that it's a viable project. When we talk about feasibility study, that's what we're talking about. It doesn't mean that it's a guarantee. The feasibility study may come back and say, this is not doable, but it's strictly a study to figure out, can we do this? Secondly, there could be a board decision to consider Arlo Hardin a feasibility study for additional classrooms. Should Arlo Hardin need to continue to grow, really the area that we may look at is field area. Is the board interested in expanding the Arlo Hardin campus? Should there be additional space needed? A feasibility study, that study of whether or not it's practical, whether or not it's doable, would need to take place. Third, new classroom construction at Ladd Lane. Ladd Lane has infrastructure to house 2 new classrooms. It would require construction. In order for us to engage in that, the board would need to take action. I'm directing staff to build at Ladd Lane. Number 4, new classroom construction at Sunny Slope. Sunny Slope also has space for 2 new classrooms. There's an existing infrastructure closest to their newest classroom. This again would require board direction. Number 5, Rancho Santana new classroom construction. Rancho Santana is one of the schools that will be greatly impacted. We are projecting that Calaveras AAA and Rancho Santana School will be greatly impacted by the developments that are taking place in these geographic areas. Should the board want to build at Rancho Santana School, we would need a feasibility study to determine whether or not that is doable. Number 6, Sierra Vista new classroom construction. Sierra Vista also has developments happening between Sierra Vista School and Fairview Road. Should the board decide that we are to build there, we would need a feasibility study to determine if that is doable. Number 7, HDLA new ELOP classroom construction. This one is very specific because it's tied to a specific funding source. About 2 years ago, I would say, we determined that the ELOP program had sufficient funding to fund the new classrooms at Sunny Slope, Calaveras AAA, and Ladd Lane. And that was tied to ELOP funding. Again, we are having a slight boost in the ELOP fund, and so there is an idea, if the board is interested, that we may be able to conduct a feasibility study to see if we could use ELOP funds to construct a new and separate classroom at HDLA. Number 8, Rancho San Justo locker room modernization. So we have had discussions about the Mays locker room, and the board has made motion and approved that action. We would like to, have the board consider whether or not the locker room at Rancho San Justo could also be modernized at this time. It is quite old. I do remember the locker rooms looking that way when I went there, and they haven't changed, so they might be in need of some TLC, modernization there. So, those are considerations. Now we're gonna jump into program logistics. As we prepare for the 26-27 school year, which will come quickly, we have quite a few program logistics that we need to balance and that we need to work on very thoughtfully. And there are many people involved in these steps. It's a team effort, and it is their dedication and their attention to detail that I would think is what is going to make these steps possible and successful. Logistic highlights for program configuration. So with each program that's going to move or change or expand, we have to look at furniture reallocation. Are there furniture pieces at certain school sites that we need to move? And when I say we have a small group of maintenance staff. It's going to be the maintenance staff. And I know, and I'm speaking well in advance, but I am predicting that the maintenance and facilities department will be absolutely burdened this upcoming summer with regular projects, but also everything that entails with configuration changes, with program expansions, with the shifting of grade levels. It will be them, in my opinion. IT infrastructure. With different moves, sometimes there might be classrooms that we will be utilizing that currently are not being used for students. Our IT department will be busy looking at the network, looking at devices, looking at systems that will be required to house students and to have these classrooms start up in these different and newer locations. And then, of course, we have staffing and scheduling. With program shifts, the students will be shifting, our staff will need to shift. We will have to look at whether or not we need to hire staff. We will need to look at scheduling of all of those different factors when it comes to aligning all of our procedures and processes during the summer to get ready for July, really, because school starts in July now, or staff come back in July. HPS middle school to Mays Middle School transition. This is one of those very logistic rich decisions, I would say. We had a very fruitful meeting. I'd like to thank our HPS partners for being very collaborative. I'd like to thank all of the staff that were present on behalf of the Hollister School District to start thinking ahead. What will it take to ensure that, one, we have the logistical pieces in place, but that we remain two separate schools that safely function on one campus, respecting each school's identity, but ensuring that all students feel welcome, safe, and loved, cared for. That is the key. These are Hollister community students, and this will take a team effort. Will it be perfect? Probably not, but will we work towards smoothing out any issues that come up? Absolutely. Some of these issues, or some of these items, this is a very brief list, but it's to give the board and the public what it is that we are working towards and what it is that we are collaborating towards. Yes, so we are scheduling the movement. I'll go back. Scheduling the movement. We are scheduling what internal moves have to take place at Mays to make room for HPS. We are looking at classroom assignments. Our principal, Mrs. Kabibi, has already shared her bell schedule so that it can be a very collaborative effort from this point, moving forward with our HPS partners. We also are looking at what will it take to ensure that both schools comfortably exist together on one campus, designated perhaps eating areas, designated pathways, what signage will we need, which bathrooms will staff use or which bathrooms will student use, and so on. We also are looking at how can we ensure that both sets of staff, work together and have a common or as close to common behavior expectations so that students know this is what is expected of me. I know that HPS does a wonderful job with their students in ensuring that they have behavior expectations. Mays Middle School does a wonderful job also ensuring that they have behavior expectations. However, can we have something that mirrors a little bit and is a little bit closer to a common behavior expectation so that there is no confusion as to this child can do this, but this child can't. We also are looking at IT support. What do we need to do to those classrooms where HPS will be moving in to ensure that they have the support that they need, but also the classrooms that are being exited at R.O. Hardin School, that those are left behind with the IT infrastructure that is common throughout the Hollister School District for those incoming R.O. Hardin students. Okay, so I'm going to move on. It's a lot, but I'm going to move on to staffing considerations. Additional staff. So we have had conversations in the past about the need for an additional groundskeeper. We 5 years ago added a school, Rancho Santana School, and in about 5 years ago we laid off 2 groundskeepers. So we have the 9 physical campuses. We have the district office that the grounds crew rotate through. The board may consider adding a groundskeeper position so that we can have coverage, maybe more frequent coverage, maybe more efficient schedule for groundskeeping duties. Another consideration may be a painter position. What this is that this would be a staff member specifically dedicated to painting at all 9 campuses. So what I would envision that would be is that somebody, I'm going to make this up, may start at Cerro Vista and take care of all painting needs until all the painting needs are done at Cerro Vista, then rotate to another school. This person would be dedicated full-time to ensuring that the deferred maintenance of painting takes place so that our buildings are in better stages when it comes to deterioration of painting. So this could be a consideration that the board makes. All of these things that I have just talked about, they have specific board guidance directions. Some of them require board action because they would potentially be adding staff members. Some of them would require board action because they would be adding facilities and construction projects to our director Bezetta and manager Brian Oswald in their departments. We would require the board's direction so that we could move forward if the board is interested in these items. However, I am not done. I'm going to move forward to another very important topic that we've been discussing, the employee group. So the Hollister School District actually has 4 employee groups. 2 of them are unions, CSEA and HESTA. 2 of them are groups of employees that exist, however, are not represented by a union. So these 4 classifications are the umbrella for every single employee that works for the Hollister School District. And that's important because I'm going to jump into why. So part of the board's duties are to ensure that the district is engaging in a negotiations process. The district negotiates directly with HESTA and negotiates directly with CSEA. The board initiates negotiations when staff present the sunshine proposals. And that's a very specific government code. The board's of trustees' role is ensuring that the district negotiating team has spending authority. And the spending authority is based on all sorts of considerations, mainly being the operational costs and budget considerations. And we'll talk about some of those things as we move forward in these slides. When we talk about considerations, the board must consider ongoing expenditures, such as employee salaries, such as projected state revenues, such as student enrollment, because that is what produces the ADA. Also, the board has to consider any projected deficit spending for the current year, but also for the 2 following years. That is what creates a whole fiscal cycle. There's cycles within cycles, but 3 years. We need to look at the current year plus 2 more. So when we talk about ongoing expenditures, we talk about salaries and statutory benefits. Statutory benefits are the things that the district is required to pay on top of the salary. We have to also pay retirement contributions. When we talk about increasing expenditures, we look at our health and welfare benefits. Our health and welfare benefits are so essential. I am absolutely blessed beyond measure to have health and welfare, the coverage that we have. The cost by the district for each employee that participates in health and welfare, the contribution that we as a district provide will be next year $24,985. I believe that we are the highest contributor in a school district. For the longest time, the high school topped us out, but we have now maxed out beyond the high school with that contribution. So for every employee that participates in health and welfare benefits, the district will pay next year $24,985. For retirement contributions, this percent is multiplied by the salary amount. So for STRS, that's for all people who participate in STRS, all certificated folks, whether they're admin or whether they're in the HESTA ranks, it's 19.1%. For PERS, for everyone who's considered a classified employee or a classified management, is 26.4%. The district pays the salary, pays the health and welfare, and pays these obligations for retirement benefits, but also the additional statutory benefits that I didn't break down. When we take a look at that, we also have to look at whether or not the district can maintain a balanced budget. There's a board policy, 3100, where the district and the board have deemed that a 10% goal is the goal that we maintain. Are we at a 10% reserve level? No, we're not. That would be a goal. I can't remember the last time we were at 10%, but that is the goal.
We were.
At one point we were, I believe.
When you guys came on the board, no, not after that. It went down.
Since I've been on the board, we've never had.
Side conversation here, we've not had it in the last, 4 or 5 years?
No, I'm on going on 7 years.
Thank you, 7 years. Okay, then we have to weigh out, are our expenditures greater than the state COLA? So potential implications, if one of those little boxes, if one of those items goes out of balance, what does that trigger? Those of us that were here a few years back, we remember very clearly the reduction in force of staff. We also remember that when there's a budget shortfall, not only does it impact staff, it impacts the students because we lose consistency of staff. We lose the opportunity to offer supplemental programs. We have shortcomings where we have to take a look at expenditures and reduce potential contracts like the Arts Council for music and so on. So that is something that this board has spoken loud and clear. They do not want to have a reduction in force. It is impactful. It takes years for healing to take place, I would say, and it is something that's not good for students.
And we scrutinize even the positions that you are wanting to bring forward with so much vigor in the sense of, can we sustain these positions moving forward? And it isn't taken lightly, every position that you bring forward or recommend, because the need is there.
Absolutely.
And it isn't based on, just because, we need this or that, in the classified ranks or wherever. But, again, historically looking at where the need is right now and trying to utilize and stretch the amount of free money that we have in the general fund that isn't tied to something is the only place we can draw it from.
Yes, thank you for making that point. We have talked about these positions for some time. The board has been very, very cautious because they're very mindful of making sure that everything we bring on is sustainable. And I can say that the team sitting across the way here, the cabinet has been very, very mindful. And I'm gonna give an example, and it's not to be boastful or anything like that, it's just to bring to light. So these groundskeeper positions, we've been talking about it. Painters, we've been talking about it. Secretary in the front office for the superintendent, we've been talking about it. But I've been very clear, don't add anyone if we can't afford it and then lay them off later on. We don't want that. So thank you for reminding me. That is absolutely, I think, the mindset of this board, to be very, very cautious when we're adding staff and ensuring that, is it unrestricted that's going to carry it? Is it restricted? And if it's restricted, how long does that funding last? And I think that is the key here. When we look at, historical view of compensation increases for HESTA, excuse me, we went back to 2020, 21 school year. We broke it down by COLA, by the inflation, the consumer price index, so that we can see and we can compare. In the first column, from 2020, 2021, when we add up all the percentages of COLA, that total was 29.92 since then. That is the percent of COLA ever since then. When we go to the second column and we look at the inflation, the consumer price index, it's kind of similar, but it's not, it hasn't matched COLA yet. When we add those up, that equals 24.19%. When we look at the increases that the board, whether it's this board or a combination of these board members plus previous board members, we will have ongoing on the salary schedule 23.60, so 23.60%. When we look at the increases in health and welfare year over year, and I want to draw us attention to the gray boxes. It doesn't mean that it increased by 0%. It means that I didn't have the calculation for it. So there's a number there, I just don't have it right now. The total, when we look at ongoing salary increases and the cost of health and welfare, is 28.98. So right there, almost up against that COLA percent. However, I do want to reflect that this data does not reflect any of the off-schedule bonuses that have taken place. Those are additional above and beyond this data.
We need to talk about the health and welfare costs for this year, because the federal government has taken away programs that now private insurance companies have to pick up, or the states have to pick up, and our insurance cost is 1.92% increase. And if you look at the other years, it's really high.
Okay, so same breakdown for CSEA. Historically, what this district has done is when one unit gets a raise, the second unit, usually at CSEA, gets a similar raise, so similar numbers. Again, the data does not reflect any off-schedule bonuses, and then the 0%, there's a cost there, it's just not listed. Although HALG is not a union, they are an employee group, and they are, a group of about 30 to 40 people. They also have received these exact same salary increases, so the numbers reflect the same data as we've seen, however, it's specific to health. Same numbers. Okay, sometimes when we get into compensation discussions, there's questions or there's wonderings. Okay, what about the superintendent, deputy superintendent, and the chief business officer? Like, where are their salaries and how much are they? Like, how much do those guys make? And I can speak directly to that because I am one of them. When we look at any compensation increases for the superintendent, the deputy superintendent, or the chief business officer, all the employment contracts, any compensation increases must be publicly board approved at a regular board meeting. That is Ed Code. In addition, an oral compensation report must be read in public during that regular board meeting prior to the action item. So the three positions in this district are no different. I cut and pasted the rationale from the three separate items for the superintendent, the deputy superintendent, and the chief business officer. When we look at compensation increases, these are a little bit different in that they don't follow the same schedule, I would say. Whereas the unions have received and the administration has received regular increases. The three executive positions have not received year after year or every year, like a yearly increase. So when we look back, the board publicly approved a 21.6% increase for these three positions, but that is because it was a accumulation of salary increases that the other bargaining units had received. However, these three positions had not. So it was equivalent to not receiving compensation increases during the 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, 23-24 fiscal years. That is the difference. I know that sometimes when we are in bargaining or we are in a cycle, there is that question. What about the superintendent? Or what about the other two positions? That's this explanation. And this again is from the public board document in regards to where they appear on the agenda. They're always agendized under discussion action, and there's two separate items per person. So where are we at in bargaining? We have heard about that we are currently negotiating. These are some of the articles that we have successfully completed through the bargaining process. As you can see, we are working our way through the contract. Additionally, we have also completed 3 memorandums of understanding, one regarding the speech and language pathologist, the second one being NEST, the new teacher support group, I would call it, and then one for itinerant staff. Do we have more work to do? Yes, we do. There are still remaining articles, one of which is compensation.
But we have, they opened the whole contract, right?
Yes, thank you.
That's a big deal because a whole contract is quite a huge lift.
It is a very large endeavor, yes.
Yeah. So there's that takes a lot of time in framing and working through each one of those articles to update language and for both sides to agree. So
yes, progress is being made. Some of the big ticket items, these are highlights. They're not, it's not an exhaustive list. We have heard, tonight about elementary PE teachers. Is that, something that the district could consider? We're not going to talk about it because then I would be negotiating away from the table, but it is a highlight. We're talking about and still considering and working through compensation. We are also talking about and still working through elementary prep time. So, what is our model and why is it that we do not have dedicated elementary PE teachers? So, the visual to the left-hand side is a visual that represents our intervention model for primaries, for elementary schools. In our elementary school model for intervention, we are working with intervention teachers, but also teachers on special assignments, TOSAs. The TOSAs are allocated to each school site, and each school site has determined how best to work with their TOSA. The funding tied to the TOSAs is tied to academics. It's tied to restricted pots of money. So we, the district, require that the TOSAs exist so that it boosts the intervention model. Although some of the TOSAs teach PE at elementary school sites, that time should be used to enhance the intervention wheel, should be used to make small groups, should be used to work towards the academic progress of the most neediest of students. So there are TOSAs that work directly to provide math intervention. There are TOSAs that work directly to provide literacy intervention. Some support and push in with the intervention teacher. Some help and are subs for teachers during IEPs, during SST meetings, or during MTSS meetings. As we can see, we have, I think, two specific staff members that are funded with categorical funding to support intervention. Do some schools have elementary PE? Yes, they do, through the TOSAs. Do the TOSAs positions currently require PE to be taught? No. Do they require to be a supplement and an add-on to the intervention model and the team? Yes, they do, because of how they are being funded. We have to remember that. And that could be further discussion if the board would like at a future date, but I wanted to call that out so that the public and the board is aware of how we utilize TOSAs with intervention. There are some that are teaching PE, yes. So we have, these conversations are ongoing. Negotiations sometimes is, an approach where both the district and or the union meet somewhere in the middle. Sometimes, it takes a long time to reach that agreement. Sometimes it takes a shorter time. It depends on the topic. We have HESTA negotiations coming up on May 20th. For CSEA, Sunshine Tonight, April 28th, and our future negotiations dates for the 26-27 school year are to be determined. We're going to determine those in the future. So we will be negotiating, but for the upcoming school year. We also know that not only does the district, but also the bargaining groups, we pay attention to the May revise. What's going to happen with educational funding? And we will probably have more information come May 10th, when that information will be available for us to consider. And I thank you all for listening and allowing me to have this report. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions. These pictures are of two different events. Our Rancho Santana School showed up as they always do to send their students off to the Gifted Games. And then the second event was at Rancho San Justo, the two ranchos, Rancho San Justo School, the luncheon on Friday for PBIS. And I can see Trustee Toasty was able to make it, and she looks very happy serving the students as always. So thank you for going and serving the students. Does the board have any questions for me tonight?
I think that one of the things that we also have to keep in mind is what's going on in the world, and how the budgets are playing with the federal government and with the state government. unfortunately, our state has a history of, deficit spending. So like, we're supposed to get $1, we get 80 cents or whatever, 90 cents. So we don't get the full dollar. So that's why we have to wait and find out what's gonna happen and what Newsom is gonna do. Because we've been all over the map. They told us it's been bad, and then they say it's good, and then they say it's bad. We don't know where we're at.
Yeah, and he's leaving, so that also kind of throws some uncertainty in the allocation for Prop 98. So it isn't that we are not recognizing our staff or teachers for everything they do. If we could give them $1 million, believe me, we would be the first ones doing it, for all of our staff, because we know how hard everyone works. But with the limited resources and the uncertainty of everything going on in the world, it's not even just what's happening in California right now, unfortunately. It's what's happening in Washington with the Department of Education, with funding, federal funding. There are so many things that are up in the air that scare us. We all live in the war. We're all living with all these uncertainties of tomorrow. And by committing to something we can't sustain means a for sure thing of down the road. And that is one thing. I've been on the board the longest. I've been on the board since 2012. And I've gone through so many highs and lows that it's painful. And I know the argument, and I know the disagreements and the frustration on both sides. As a classified employee myself, I know I live it. I live it every single day. And I know what it is to be paycheck to paycheck. So there isn't anything that we don't know. We've all been educators. We've all worked in the school system. So we know exactly what you're doing. And it doesn't fall on deaf ears. But we just, as board members, we need to make sure that we can do our job. Because at the end of the day, if we fail hard. Okay.
And when we say fail hard, you've heard how some school districts are being taken over by the state because they can't meet their bills. How some school districts are laying off a lot of people. And we are blessed with increased enrollment, but we're not blessed with, what's going on with the price of gasoline and oil, and how is that going to affect us? Oil's used for every plastic item that we use. So it's going to affect everybody. So we have to be cautious, because there's nothing worse than telling somebody they don't have a job. And I've done that, and that is no fun.
And that goes with just all the infrastructure movements. I've been here the longest. I've been here when we moved 6th grades in, 6th grades out, TK, 8, no, yes, it's been this whole assortment of things because we are so limited and confined to what we have access to in funds with facilities. And we are just trying to do the best that we can with those limited resources. And I know it's hard, and it's hard for the community, for everyone, these changes, because nobody likes change. I don't like change. And so that, I think, is the hardest thing for us to come to something, as far as what we need to do, and an agreement with 5 different people to decide on something is the hardest thing, because we know what it feels like to be on the other side of those things. And so we don't do it just without any of those things to be considered. We take all of those things, and it is the hardest thing to do. And I just don't want people to feel like we are not listening or we don't care, because that is the absolute opposite. there are limitations to what we can share and what we can say in public forums like this, but I don't want people to walk away like, in the community, to feel like we are these evil people that we don't care and we don't want to give you the things that you deserve. Because we do. We just can't do everything. And so we just have to be cautious and careful, and we have to look at everyone in the same lens, and our kids are first. And so that's, at the end of the day, that's what we base our decisions on.
Okay, anybody else want to talk?
I just want to say that I really appreciate our capital advisors, because when we meet with them, they give us a global perspective. They break it down to where what's happening with tariffs and what's happening with price of oil per barrel, and how it affects our schools. And it's quite fascinating to have them break down the economics in such a way. And the last meeting we had with the capital advisors gave us great pause to stop and say, hold on, we don't know what's happening. So we need to wait until the May revise comes out, and then we'll be more certain as to what is being actually going to be the budget for next year.
Right, and then if we get a new governor, what they're gonna do. Okay,
I wanted to say something.
Sure,
Right,
go on,
okay. The comments that were made tonight and the signs that were presented tonight, I agree with every single word that was on them. It is a shame that we are offering 1%. If it's all we can offer, you know, that's a whole different story, but it is, given the, pressures our staff are living with, that we are all living with, it is a shame. I really appreciated the view or the thoughts about things that equal success for students. The PE equaling success for students. The prep time equaling success for students. You know, it is very obvious to me, the community, the teachers, the classified, us, we all have students at the center of our thinking. I really appreciated the comment that was made about, well, are there other ideas for providing better prep time? And, you know, I think that it is that kind of out of the box thinking, the brainstorming that will ultimately lead us to coming together somewhere in the middle. So I encourage both teams, both sides, to think out of the box. What else can give our teachers what they are looking for or close to it, and what can they accept that will keep us with our fiscal responsibilities. And it may be something that nobody has thought of yet. So I really want to encourage that no idea is a bad idea. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, throwing spaghetti at the wall, let's see what sticks. So bring ideas to the table, think about it, talk about it. Can you move in that direction a little bit or not? What are other ideas? But I really appreciate, and I always have, I appreciate the community and the audience spirit tonight. And, I read the signs, I heard the words, and, the two teams need to work to come together, somewhere in the middle.
Anybody else? Okay, we have some things that we need to look at.
This was just a report.
Just a
We
report.
can't
Oh,
take action.
that's on the next, okay. Okay. So now we're on approval of the regular board meeting minutes from March 24th, 2020.
I make a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes from March 24th, 2026.
A second. Kim? Aye. And, Kathy? Aye. Cheryl? Aye. Liz? Aye. And I'm Jan, I think. And, yes, we approve. So that's 5-0. Okay, now we have discussion action items. We have a discussion and approval of the Hollister Prep Charter Renewal Petition.
So good evening, board. This will be a collaborative effort between myself and HPS staff, including Mrs. Caprice Young. We will be presenting to the board more or less 10 minutes on behalf of the district. I won't take that long. And then HPS will be allocated 10 minutes as well to present. Afterward, the board will have time to ask questions, which does not include the 20-minute allocation. So to introduce that topic, unless you want me to stop and go into public comment.
Would the two speakers like to speak before the presentation or after the presentation? Before?
Yeah.
Okay. Norma Knox and Janine Gonzalez.
Thank you.
You each have 3 minutes.
Hello. My name is Norma Knox, and I am the proud principal.
I don't think it's on.
And my
Yeah.
still on. I was trying to be close enough this time, but.
Well, I think
There's
you
a
need to
button on
pick
the
it up.
bottom
Yeah.
that you need to push.
Is that, no?
No.
Hello? You'll get it. You have a lot of confidence in me. Hello?
Not working.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Bingo. Okay.
All right, 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Norma Knox, and I am the proud principal of Hollister Prep School. First, I want to sincerely thank the district staff for the recommendation to renew our charter for a 7-year term. We're truly grateful for the work and the collaboration that has gone into that recommendation. Second, I want to acknowledge the partnership behind this moment. Working together through this process has mattered and will continue to be important as we continue our collaborative partnership. Most importantly, our priority remains the students. Every day, our staff work to support students academically, socially, and emotionally to prepare them for what comes next. We're proud of our school, we're grateful for this partnership, and we're excited for what we will continue to build together. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of our Hollister Prep students.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Janine Gonzalez, and I'm a parent of a 3rd and an 8th grader at Hollister Prep School currently. My oldest daughter is a Hollister Prep alum, and she also went on to graduate from Hollister High School, and she is now attending UCLA. I want to share my gratitude for the recommendation to renew our school's charter this year. I've been part of this community for many years, since they first opened. It just went out. I think I broke it.
No, it's the battery.
It's the battery, okay. Should I talk loud?
Yeah, just talk loud.
Okay. Sorry, I've been a part of this community for many years, and I've had the chance to see my daughter's journey start with her earliest years at HPS, and what stands out most is that her foundation was built there. She left HPS with confidence, independence, and the ability to push through challenges, and I see those same seeds being planted again with my younger two. As a parent, the development of these foundational skills means everything. Thank you for your time and for your recommendation. Our parent community looks forward to this continued partnership and
and our future Hollister Wolfpack graduates will benefit from it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more? Okay, so this process began in February, and the board received a presentation from HPS in March. We also, as a staff, considered the petition renewal. We analyzed it, we worked with legal counsel to create recommendations. HPS in turn also worked with their legal counsel and their staff and worked at taking a look at some of the recommendations, looking at whether or not they're applicable to the petition, looking at how do we as a team, because I call us a collective team of educators, bring the petition forward to the board for consideration tonight. When we look at the charter school, HPS, they are a high achieving school. There's no doubt about that. They have had great success for the time that they have been educating students in Hollister. That is very apparent. When we look at the success of the school, that is one of the greatest highlights that I can speak to on behalf of our district. We are recommending to the board that you approve the charter renewal tonight, and that it be a conditional approval. There are items that we are still working on and that we will continue to collaboratively work on, one of which is an MOU, which is stated in the charter renewal. When we look at the previous charter renewals, we have not had an MOU, so we would like to take the opportunity to continue to work through the details of that and bring one forward to the board at a future board meeting, so that we can ensure that we're meeting everything that's in that charter renewal. So we will be bringing forward a MOU. There's another item that we would like to continue to work through, and that is the admission preference for admitted siblings. We will be fleshing that out as we will continue to speak and have those collaborative dialogues with HPS staff. And those are one of the items that I wanted to ensure that we talked about tonight. It is our recommendation when we look at the renewal that the charter petition be approved tonight. I know that when I talk about collaboration, this is a unique situation where we are not only working through the charter renewal process, but separately, we're also having these dialogues about the configuration of the HPS school changing. As drastic of a change as that is for the Hollister School District, that is also a drastic change for HPS. And when I think of one word to describe what the process has been with the charter renewal and with the configuration change, I would think gracious. The team has been very gracious towards our team. We are collaborative in spirit, knowing that our primary focus are Hollister students. So with that, I would like to allocate time to HPS, and I know that if you have any questions, we will be able to answer those questions after the time allocated to HPS.
Hello, I'm Dr. Grace Young, and I don't
pick
have
up the, it's working now.
I need to put it in my mouth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Swallow it.
That's dangerous. Not frosty free. So I'm Dr. Caprice Young. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation for you because I think you've had a long night. But I just want to reaffirm Superintendent Sanchez's words. It is a pleasure working with your superintendent and her team. The move to Mays is a scary prospect for our families. It's also not cheap. We have a list of co-created items that we are collectively working through. the two teams together. I can give you a copy of the spreadsheet. It's 75 items. And it's all of the little tiny details that impact kids. Everything from, where are the safety team members going to be able to stand to where are parents going to be able to park during parent nights and things like that. Even things like if two of our kids get into it with each other, how are we going to do conflict resolution collaboratively? Right, so it's really, really detailed, and we're working through it. And honestly, your team has been wonderful. And we had a great meeting face to face last week where we were able to work through almost all the items. So that was very, very helpful. For us, we're just really happy to be part of the Hollister community. I do think it's important for you to know that this is a huge commitment for us to split the campus. We've been costing it out, and it's approximately $500,000, of which about $250,000 a year will be ongoing cost because of new staff that we'll have to have, because you can't have an office manager who's the same person in different places at the same time. that kind of thing. And so we're hoping to work through some of those details and even some of the space details. But truthfully, the items that are left are pretty small, and we just really appreciate the partnership. And we look forward to a long and happy relationship together for at least 7 years. Thank you. I'm here for questions and answers.
Well, I'm really happy that I'm a former middle school teacher, and I helped open Mays. I worked at both Rancho and at Mays. And the behavior part is the biggest thing in my mind to make this work and be successful. And the agreement, sounds like there was a lot of good collaboration. I know you're going to be hiring another principal, or I don't know what you're going to put there as a site administrator, but working together so that there's just, everybody knows the rules, because we're dealing with adolescents, impulsive behavior, all the kind of things that make middle school fun when I was a teacher, but make it very difficult if you're an administrator. So, and just you bring up, like one has a beef with another student, how do we deal with all this? And so I'm very happy to hear that you're open and working with our principal at Mays so that we can have that shared vision for what we expect of the students that are on the campus. And it would just be a general expectation, as I see it in my mind, my little mind. I'm thinking, if they just know the rules, because part of it is if I don't know the rules, and then I'm gonna make mistakes. But if the kids know the rules, they should, and we enforce them the same, it should work out.
We're hoping to do that with the parents as well.
That's why you're an administrator and I'm not.
I think once we get everybody settled and some routines and practices and procedures in place, it's just going to be good. I know it's hard. It's hard for everybody, but we've already had to move middle school students from Lad Lane. We've had to move half of them from Rancho Santana. We've had to move the Sierra Vista ones, the Sunny Slope ones, and it's like, okay, next.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this community. And so I think that's what makes it so challenging for us, is to find space for everything and for growth, and with the limited resources, and we know we can't, right now, just the word bond is like 4-letter word.
Well, it is.
Wait till you learn the word commercial paper.
Oh my gosh. So, I mean, it's logistics that I think, can be worked out. Because again, these are our Hollister School District students. And so that is what we always have to remember. It's not an us against you. It should be
a we.
And so it's learning now. I think just being on a middle school campus for middle schoolers too will be a different, experience. And I think that will be something that, they'll have things that they didn't have access to before, on the current campus. So I think that is there are some positives to the move as well for them. So I think it's just getting accustomed to everything.
I would like to thank you for your parents that spoke here in the past. They were very kind, and I would like to thank you, and we appreciate that.
One of the pleasures of my job is that we have amazing families. Not that they're not all amazing, it's just, I'm just partial to the families we have.
Well, I think that there's going to be natural adjustment period of time and for both sites. But I think that your school as well as Mays, they have
the impacts
everywhere
will be felt.
But I think that both of the middle school schools have a history, a strong history of community and looking out for students, keeping them front and center. And so I wish you the best of luck and your students, and I look forward to seeing how the two campuses can work together.
I think that's the key, is that we just need to be open-minded, and if we can key on the behavior so that everybody's on the same page, that will make life for both teachers at both schools and administrators at both schools at the campus. Yeah, and students. Yeah, I think that's really
Question for
important.
Superintendent Sanchez. When we make the motion to approve the Hollister Prep School charter renewal petition, does it need to mention conditional approval?
Yes.
She's got it kind of written out
You
for us,
got it
whoever
written
wants
out?
to make the motion.
Oh, no, I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't want to make the motion.
Erica's got her back.
You've got it good, okay.
All right, I'll make,
I had a question
sure.
along that line. So what does it mean in all practical measures to give a conditional approval? Does that stall anything? Does that mean there has to be revisits of things for more approvals?
No.
What does that mean?
So the board will be approving the charter renewal tonight. What we are continuing to work on is the memorandum of understanding that, as far as we can tell, hasn't existed before, although it is referenced in the charter renewal. We are going to hash out some very minute details. We're working collaboratively on those. One of them, which would be part of the motion, would be the admission requirements that we know that we have had conversations about. We just need time to complete the memorandum of understanding. But tonight, the charter, if the board makes the motion, it would be to approve the charter renewal.
So, we would also in the contract spell out like what they would be in charge of, like with custodial and,
That's all part of it.
is that part of already embedded in with that change over there, so that we know they're going to have their own custodial managing, their classrooms and their bathrooms and doing, like lunch pickup, so that, that's kind of what they do now at R. Hardin, and that should follow them over there at Mays.
So currently, the facilities agreement that was approved, I believe, in November, December, only specifies the Lime Street facility. The MOU could incorporate the grade level configuration change that could include language that specifies that Mays Middle School would be the site for the middle school grade levels. Should the board wish, and we can work through that language with HPS to, very specifically state what the custodial, responsibilities would be. If I remember correctly, it's one of the line items on the very long spreadsheet that we talked about last week. But if we want to memorialize it in the MOU, that is something that we would continue to add language to the MOU that we're working on, to bring forward to the board, in the upcoming month.
Yeah, because I mean, our custodians have a lot, on their plates, especially at a middle school with, their outside agencies, using gyms and all of that. I just wanna make sure that, what they need is covered for their students, just like they provide that currently at our one.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. If I remember correctly, it's all coming back to me. I think we even talked about, HPS having the ability to use the blowers, their own blowers in front of the classrooms, if I remember correctly, right? And whether or not, what kind of
What
ground,
hours we're allowed to do blowers.
yes, it was cement, there's cement in that area, so, yeah.
And we've had agreements in the past too. So
Yes.
for example, at our Hardin, your food service people have always been doing our food service, as part of, we pay for that. So,
Yeah, and that would just, I would like to see that transition also follow, to Mays. Because again, it's just added more students to that load at that site, so I think out of fairness, is just to either, compensate or to a degree, add your own. I know for our grounds do an amazing job of ensuring everything's blown and taken care of, unless the day custodian generally goes out there and just does leaves in the morning and blows that, but, that's something to consider what is needed at what time, depending on when you start and when the other school will start too, right?
And I think that it's, understandable and important, because you are getting used to a new facility, new campus, new things. The Mays administration is having to get used to things, and so I think that the more things that can be very specifically outlined, so that there's no looking at each other, well, do you do this, or do I do this, or wait a minute, she did this, or, so those kinds of things, and maybe those 75 points, is a place to start, so that, because there's gonna be all sorts of hoopla going on at the beginning of the school year, just for the beginning of the school year, but then, the territory, kinds of things that just naturally go on. And so I think that the clearer we can have that MOU and all that kind of stuff would just be the best for everybody.
Well, I know that, when, some of this was actually, spurred by the collaboration between the R.L. Hardin principal and our principal, Norman Nuns, over the last year especially. And, one of the things that I know, both schools are hoping for is that, all of us sort of collectively will end up with a little bit more space.
Right.
Because, right now it's totally jammed, and R.L. Hardin has, 30 T-pairs that won't fit on the site.
Yeah.
And we have nowhere to do any of our counseling. And so when we have speech therapy, it's under the trees. And when it's raining, our administrators are under umbrellas while the speech therapy is happening in the bullpen. So we're just, we're hoping that both schools end up with a better circumstance on Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay, does anybody wanna do it? Do you want me to do it? I'll do it. Here we go, I'm gonna make a motion to approve the renewal of the Hollister Prep School for a 7-year term commencing on July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2033, and to conditionally approve the charter school's proposed admission preference for admitted siblings contingent upon the charter school submitting a written explanation satisfactory to the superintendent or designee regarding the implementation of the admitted sibling preference and approve the other requested admission preferences. I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, so, Kim?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rio?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez? Aye. And I'm an aye.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Charter renewed.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll do this one. Now we're going to look at our board policy and administration updates, regulations. Take it on, Ben.
Make sure I use the mic, right?
Yes.
I heard that message tonight.
Yeah.
There you go, how's that?
That's what
Soft
happens when you're in the
voice.
hospital for 19 days. You get to hear stuff.
Oh, okay.
Or not hear stuff.
Or not hear stuff. All right, so in front of you this evening, you will find some edits. The board policy committee, which consists of board member Grist and board member Rios, met yesterday. And we spent quite a bit of quality time looking over the board policies that were presented or were actually uploaded into the board agenda. Our timing wasn't great, otherwise we would be a little bit neater. But I have highlighted exactly what's happening on the top of it. There are several of these that the board policy committee agreed to table until the next board meeting. They've given staff some instructions to go back and take a look at some things. So there are some that are the original agenda, but I've also got this adjustment to what we'll be talking about this evening in the back for all of the audience.
Betsy!
I would so appreciate if you would take one of those. I'll leave it on the ground for you.
I'll read it tonight when I get home.
Oh, you know what? You're a trooper, and I do appreciate your hanging out. All right. So, again, our timing wasn't good. There's a lot going on this month, and so the adjustments or the edits were loaded up onto the agenda, and then we met. So I'm going to walk you through what the board policy committee has recommended to some of those that were on the that are in the agenda. So for administrative regulation 1240, now I'm skipping the ones that we are not going to be talking about tonight. BP 1000 and BP AR 1114 are going to be moved to the May meeting until after we've had some time to make additional adjustments and staff to look at them. So administrative regulation 1240, there were no changes on that one. That's duties for volunteers. Exhibit 1312.3, both exhibits 1 and 2, there were no changes from the committee on those. Those are new exhibits that the district has not had previously, and as we review everything that's in CSBA and look at some of the board policies and administrative regulations, we do try to capture those. That policy and regulation were actually brought at a previous board meeting, and I missed the exhibits in my whole stack. Very long list of getting caught up on this. In board policy 1340, there were no changes. However, there were to-dos given to HR for reminders to employees. Now 13140 is access to district records and some of the notifications that individuals need to know. So there were no changes in either the BP or the AR. So they recommended they be approved as presented. For BP 4000, we made, or the committee made some changes. In the 4th paragraph, we removed additionally because the committee thought that additionally it should just be part of everything. We're not and also doing. And we changed shall to may. Okay. And stop me if you have any questions as I'm going through.
I just realized for us to do a motion, we need to be writing down which board.
Which ones we're approving tonight?
Right.
The ones that you're approving tonight are the ones that are not highlighted.
Okay.
That's why I handed this out and also put it out there for the public so the public would know what you're actually addressing this evening. It did not feel right to pull items down from the agenda once it was already posted.
Yeah.
So we felt like this was the most open way of addressing things that we tabled for the next time
and then things that we would also be talking about tonight. So that's why I gave you
Okay,
this,
thank you.
hoping that color would make things a little bit easier.
Yes.
I am using it as well in order to keep my mind straight.
Okay.
So we are at, board policy 4119.21 and the exhibit that goes with that. That's professional standards. There was a change in the first paragraph of 4119. It said employee. It was recommended that it be employees. The exhibit, there were no changes on this. This is professional standards, and it's an update that was recommended by both our liability risk insurance company, and also there are new changes in CSBA is catching up, so we're bringing all of those together. And interestingly enough, it is very much related to the next one, 411924. That was also strongly stressed by our liability insurance that we need to bring it up to date as well. These two coming together, 411924 references 411921 in several places, and the main part of updating 411924, besides the fact that there are new laws, is in defending some of the cases that are coming up that are costing an awful lot of money in the state of California to schools and also municipalities, is the excuse that nobody told me. And so the other thing that happens with 411924 and 411921, and I'm referencing 4119 because that's certificated, but do know that this goes to 4219 and 4319, which would be classified and administrator. All of these are updated. I'm just using the one reference. The to-do for HR is to make sure that these new policies are shared out with all employees at the beginning of the year. We have mandatory trainings. There is information that's shared with them, but we will also be sharing this. So there was another to-do that came out for HR from our committee meeting on that one. 411924, paragraph 13 on transportation of students. Now, that section is the prohibited activities section. And the committee recommended that we expand that transporting of students. You will not transport, I paraphrase because I'm not looking exactly at it right now, but staff will not transport students in their private vehicle, and we are adding with, unless they have site or district authorization and a second district staff member in the vehicle. Because there are times when a student needs to be transported. Okay, you can think of them in your mind, but sometimes they're an emergency when they're not going by ambulance, or perhaps a student has been left somewhere and they are called all the way on down the list. And yes, we do know that we can call CPS and the police department to have them come picked up, but that's pretty traumatic.
Yeah.
If they get their site, or district level authorization, as an example, they reach out, they call Kip, and he says, okay, who is the other district staff member in that vehicle that will be traveling with you and the student? Then this is not a prohibited activity, but in every other case, it's a prohibited activity.
What about if it's after work and a classified employee, wants to take, let's take Johnny and Susie home, it's on our
That
way.
is a prohibited activity based on this board policy.
Okay.
We are being very specific about that. I don't believe this was necessarily in addition to that policy, but I'm glad you asked. We talked a lot about what ifs, and then there's this situation, and then there's that situation. Right. This is why this becomes a to-do for HR to share this information out. Okay? So, no, you can't do that unless you get site or district authorization and you have another district staff member traveling in that vehicle with you. There will and should never be one student and one adult, or even one adult and any number of students in a private vehicle.
Yeah, because I can see it happening even, migrant after school program.
Yeah,
anything like that, and the parent forgets, oh, Miss Martinez, can you take me home? Can you drop me off? And then be like, So I can see it happening.
Yes.
Now you don't have to think about it.
Yes. Yeah, but this
definitely
Now
has
you
to
know
be.
why you were there so many hours.
Yes, oh my
Or they
goodness.
change babysitters during the summer school, and they
Exactly.
don't tell the school that they changed babysitters, and the kids don't know the name of the babysitter.
Right.
That's happened.
And we can come up with a dozen different situations where, and, you know, we make rules not for the well-meaning people, we make rules for those that are not behaving properly, okay? We make rules that we hope we never have to have, but we have them anyway. Any other questions on that one?
No.
Nope. Okay. BP 5000, there were no recommended changes on that one. BP 5030, page 2, paragraph 4. There were references to other educational policies. We added also see BP 6011, 6142.7, 6142.8, and 6143. And we realize how confusing this can be as I'm reading them off, but I am doing that because I'm reinforcing what the committee said, and I've already made those changes actually in the policies. So if board members would prefer to actually see the clean copy when we're all done, I have no problem doing that. So yeah, I can make sure to do that. I'll share it with the superintendent, she can share it with the board as she does all those things that she does with the board and communications. So, and then on the last page, there's 2 more, BPAR 5142, excuse me, which is safety. In the BP, we made no changes, but the AR is where the bulk of the information is. And so we added in the section for release of student. We didn't add, but we had a very long conversation on number 2. It references or designee and who could be a designee at a school site. And so for the application of the rest of the board members, it is very common and a normal practice that a parent or somebody else on the emergency card may come in and pick up the student. That other designee is a front office staff. Okay, could be the principal, could be the assistant principal, it could be the office manager, it could be the school site secretary. It's generally not a health clerk. A health clerk may call mom and dad and say, Johnny is not feeling well, you please pick him up, but they're also communicating that to the front office staff. They're the ones that monitor sign in and sign out.
And the parent liaison does that too.
Okay, there you go, there's another one. So we had a very long conversation to figure out whether or not we actually had to define it or not, but we felt like the protocols at the school sites, particularly since we have sign-ins, which include Verkada and IDs being scanned, and we have leveled up our security at school sites, we didn't feel it was necessary to specifically name the staff position, because those could change, and then that would precipitate another change in the policy where other designee and having an understanding of what the current process is at school sites was just, it was comforting just to know that, okay, who are we talking about? Oh, that's who we're talking about. Okay. Also under supervision of students, there is a California Code of Regulations reference at the end of the paragraph. It was recommended that in the supervision of students that that paragraph start with 5 CCR, whatever the rest of that number is, per that reference, supervision of students, comma. And really what that one is that certificated staff will show up 30 minutes before school and stay 30 minutes after school. And that is actually in the California Code of Regulations. So we moved that California Code of Regulations forward, comma, says this, and then we added comma, unless the bargaining unit contract specifies differently, which it does. So we reconciled the contract with what the Code of Regulations say and the board policy. So now the contract can change if it needs to, and we don't have to do anything different. Finally, in 51142, the entire section on student safety patrols was not recommended for adoption. Okay, so take a look at that and see if you have any questions on that one. The conversation.
Did we skip over 5117? the inter-district attendance?
That was recommended.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was one of those ones that was recommended for staff to take a look a little bit more at, 5117 and 5116.
Okay.
Thank you.
Didn't look at this, thank you.
No, but that's okay, I appreciate your asking, just in case anybody else missed it. So on the student safety patrols, we also had a very long conversation. I remember when I was in student safety patrol, I remember when I did this in student safety patrol, and we really looked at it, and it really focuses in on crossing guards and crossing guard duty. That, if you look at the language that's in there, that's really, we can do that, but we did not feel like our 10-year-olds were necessarily tall enough, big enough, strong enough, forceful enough to stop a car from speeding by when our adults can't do that. And we did not feel like it was necessary to even have this in here and have the option for students to be doing crossing guard duty. So that's why it was recommended that that not be adopted and that it be removed. And it is an optional paragraph, it is not required. Okay, and finally, the last one on our sheet is 5114.3, early preschool and early childhood education. There were no recommended changes to that one. And at that point, that brings all of our preschool policies and ARs up to date with CSBA. We recognize we don't have a preschool, but we would like to develop a preschool. And by keeping up on these policies and regulations, we don't have to start from scratch when we get to that point. How'd that physical look?
Me?
No, Board Member Martinez.
I don't have my glasses on.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought you had a question.
No.
Okay, so those were the recommended changes, and for this set of board updates, are there any specific questions as you were reading? Anything else that you were reading and you're wondering whether or not we considered, because we were in it for 4.5 hours, so we got a lot of information to share if you want it.
I trust Jan.
And Cheryl.
Know that your committee is not taking this duty lightly.
Look at all my tape flag.
I appreciate the time.
No,
that
we do
you guys-
too.
I know that we took you away from other things that were coming up, but, you know, these board policies and ARs, they govern the district.
Yes, they do.
And, you know, this is what everybody ultimately needs to go back to find out, can I do this? Should I do this? Or oops.
I did this.
Yeah.
You are correct. So yes, it was time well spent. They were very good conversations. We got an in-depth view, you know, and we will continue to do that. Only we would hope that our timing would be a little better so we don't have to do the edits. But again, everyone's busy, so we will make the time when you have the time. So.
Okay, who wants to make the motion?
I make a motion that we approve the board policies and ARs, 1240, 13, 12.3.
So I have to go through all of them.
Right? 1340, 4000, 4119.21, 4119.24, 5000.
Wait, 42.
Okay, you're missing some of
Oh, 4219.24, 4319.24, thank you. 5000, 5030, 5142, and 5148.3. Did I get them all?
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so, Ms. O'Connor.
Aye.
And Ms. Johnson.
Aye.
And Ms. Rios.
Aye.
And Ms. Martinez.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That's 5-0. But I gotta tell you, if we hadn't have done this ahead of time,
You'd be here
forever.
We would have all been reading the 100 pages.
Yes.
Your time is appreciated.
Yes, ladies.
Okay, I lost my, it's so full of paper. I've been told everything. Where are we at? Okay, so now we're on consideration and action on review and approval of monthly financial report.
Right, So as we've been doing for about the last 3 or 4 months, the board has asked to look at things from a different perspective. Prior to that, we were looking at the same financial report nearly every month unless there was an interim report or an adoption. This report comes to us at the suggestion of Board Member Martinez. She works for San Benito High School District. This is what one of our neighbors does. Who doesn't look over the fence to say, what are my neighbors doing? So that's where this one comes from. Before you sit there and go, what were you thinking? I was thinking, hey, let's take a look at what they look at on a monthly basis and see if this is useful to you, if you want it in a different format. As with the last couple of times, let me know what you like. I do know that you liked the school site information. I do know that you like some of the departmental information, and maybe we'll start mixing that up with the beginning of next year, because come next month, you're going to be seeing your last look before we get into estimated actuals and adoption. And then you're not going to see anything for 2 months until we get to unaudited actuals in September, and then we'll start back into our rotation of what the monthly financial statements are going to look like. So we can start setting up, like a schedule of, let's look at this and then we'll look at this. So what this is a monthly financial summary report. It also comes directly out of the system. This reports the activity for the month of March. And similar to what we've been looking at for several years, it does show you assets and liabilities, cash and accounts payable. It shows you way too much on the non-operating accounts, which you never saw because those are behind the scenes and they don't affect anything. Those are internal sub-accounts, but it shows you what's going on in those. And then it goes into your revenue and your expenditures by the object code. So if you start on the first line of the first page, you can see that in the month of March, the current month of March, we spent a net of $128,000. And since the beginning of the year, we spent a net, because money comes in and money goes out, $3 million. So we're down $3 million in cash. Now, the other important thing to note here is this is not unrestricted or LCAP or Title I or routine restricted maintenance. It's all of it mashed up together. Okay, so you see the entire general fund, where we are used to looking at restricted and unrestricted side by side, or one and then the other, categorical and unrestricted. This mashes everything up together. Now this could be teased out. I just didn't tease it out as I replicated what I found on the board agenda, what you sent me, and then I went to the board agenda to look at the front lead sheet, which showed me how they call the report over there. So if you will go to the, like the bottom of the first page shows you that in the month of March, we took in $3.5 million of state aid. Now, up above, we had a net decrease of $125,000. You'll get farther on down the report and you'll see where we paid salaries, we paid benefits, we paid utilities and all of that. That's where the groups of those come together to end up with a net spending of $125,000 when we actually took in $3.5 million. So looking at those bottom lines, we took in year to date $2.7 million in state aid and $10 million of Education Protection Act funding that comes in on a quarterly basis. So it shows you that the current budget plus what happened in the month plus what's happened year to date for that month gives you the total and then what's left in the budget. Okay. Same for all of the other revenue accounts. We get down to page 3 on the PDF because it printed oddly and it broke up oddly. You can see the other revenues that are coming in. Property taxes don't come in all the time. Our property tax, bulk of our property tax would actually reflect on this report in the April month, not in the March month. But, you can see that, some things are coming in and other monies are going out. More importantly, at the bottom of page 3, you can see where we start paying expenditures. The different salary categories. support, the psychologist, the vice principal, certificate happens to be at the bottom of that first page. And then it flows on down through all of the other object codes which define what a position is. Classified support salaries, those are custodians, as an example. Those are maintenance workers. Your classified instructional aides are self-explanatory, and then you have library aides. So they all have their own unique object codes, which tells us what jobs they're doing and whether or not they're certificated or classified. And then you have, nearly a whole page of benefits. Lots of benefits going in and out. And those benefits, because this report shows it by each object code, there's a certificated object and then there's a classified object. So you've got a STRS and you'll have a PERS, but then you'll have Medicare for classified and for certificated. You'll have unemployment for each, and you'll have health and welfare for each. So that's why there's a lot of them in there. Then you get down into your supply accounts, which are your 4,000s. Anything in a 4,000 is something you can hold in your hand. This is the most simplistic way of looking at it. And then you get down into your 5,000s, and those will be things you can't hold in your hand. Contracted services, utilities, conferences that we might be going to, that everything that is not, that is some sort of a service that somebody did for us. Okay?
I like this report. You guys like it?
I had a hard time understanding it, and I had to get tutored, because I just didn't know what I was supposed to be looking at. And so I was fooled, but now that I've had some tutoring and got to hear again, I'm okay with it.
It's clear, it shows the balance.
It's got a lot of detail in it,
right?
Okay. And there's nothing wrong with a lot of detail, but when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 interfund accounts, and there's really not a lot of activity in there, and it's like, why is all of that in there? Well, they're all something a little different because we capture that information differently so that we know, and I'm in the middle of page 7, so that we know whether or not we're buying postage from ourselves, or whether or not food service is providing meals for the board meeting, and then how does that get paid? What you don't see in this particular situation is if we're doing it within the unrestricted general fund, it's going to be a plus on one side and a minus on the other, and it's zero. And there's nowhere that is more obvious than, let me see if I can find it. It is in contributions to unrestricted programs, which is in the middle of page 3 of the PDF. It's the very last 8,000 account. It says contributions from unrestricted funds, and it's zero. That's because the contribution that the unrestricted fund makes to routine restricted maintenance, one's a plus and one's a minus, and together they're a zero because this mushes it together. The contribution the district makes to special ed is a plus to special ed and a minus to the unrestricted, and they net to zero. So this presentation, I think, might be refined so that you can sort of see this level of detail, but separated out so that you can actually see all of the detail. But I would say that's probably the only thing that you're missing is the things that we are doing within ourselves together within the unrestricted general fund.
It reminds me of the migrant DSA.
Yes.
And NEPEX. And, yeah, all the 4,000s are materials and supplies, all the 5,000s are contracts, all the 1,000s are teachers, all the 2,000s, yeah.
So the last page on here is page 8. It's only got one line on it. It says fund balance. That is a combined fund balance. I don't know how helpful that information is to you. I mean, as we've been looking a lot at, okay, well, wow, we're deficit spending over here on the restricted side. Well, that's expected. You can't see what we're deficit spending on the unrestricted side in here.
The one question I had for Beth when she was giving me my tutorial, was where do I find what we have in reserve? And you might give the answer because you gave it so well to me.
Well, the answer is it's on the bottom of page 7 and the very top of page 8. But 2 things, and I've said this for a while, we can project where our unrestricted fund balance will end up being the fund balance that's important. the fund balance that relates to board policy 3100, okay, where we're all striving for 10%. You see that 3 times a year with any kind of distinction, and that's an adoption, which actually, well, 4 times a year. Adoption, first interim, second interim, and when we do the unaudited actuals, when we wrap everything up for the year. Here, in this presentation, it is combined with what's going on in unrestricted. So there is no way for you to see with this particular presentation, unless we teased it out, what the unrestricted fund balance would be. Now, I could calculate what it should be because I have all the information on this one. The calculation of 3% state required minimum, board's minimum of 10% is calculated based on all of the expenditures, but you have nothing to compare it to because you have a combined designated unappropriated ending fund balance. So there's good and there's pros and cons with this report. So if we were going to bring it again, if you really liked it, I would recommend that we bring it and tease it out so that we did unrestricted and we did restricted, because that would give you finer detail on the summary report that you've been getting for the last couple of years.
I want to ask you, as a board member, I look at millions of dollars, but I have no idea, what the percent means. And so and our community, our unions and our community, they don't know what our percent is. But is that something that we should be striving to give 4 times a year so they understand where we're at? Because I think sometimes people think we have more money than we do. And that's why I was wondering, is that too simplified though?
No, and to get to the root of your question, should we be sharing that 4 times a year? Yes, we should.
Right.
And to answer what you're thinking now is, do we? Yes, we do.
Right.
Because when we give you an adopted budget, I have to state in there where I think that fund balance is going to be. We have to certify that we have at least
Because
a
you do
minimum.
3 years out on those.
Well, and those are multi-year projections.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. And we share that at first interim and second interim, and at adoption, because we have to do those multi-year
Right.
projections. So we do share what we budgeted and where that would be if everything is spent. Because remember, the budget is spending authority.
Right, and it's always moving.
Yeah, but it's where we think we're going to get. It's the roadmap, how we think we're going to get to the mall.
Right.
And so we also do that at first and second interim, and at unaudited actuals, we don't do a multi-year projection, but we do give you at the end of the year, this is where your fund balance is, and this is the percentage of fund balance that we have achieved after all the actuals, after everything has actually been received, actually been spent, and those bills we know we haven't received just yet, but we went ahead and accrued them because we're going to have to pay them. Those are in there. And those amounts that we haven't actually received yet, but we know we earned them and that now they're receivables, those are actually in there. So those are the actuals, and that's what we get audited on.
Right.
And so when we get that done, we can tell you where we ended the year. So we do share that 4 times a year.
I think we need to do a better job highlighting what our reserves are when we do those reports.
I agree.
So that everybody knows where we're at, and there's, that way the community can talk about it, because I don't think they realize how far off we are from the 10%.
We're at any given time, again, the budget is spending authority. And if you look, and I'm looking at the middle of page 7, and because this is a combined report, and I'll just draw your eye to, say, 5,800 operating expenses with a combined budget of 853,000 and an amount spent to date of 24 with encumbrances for 60. So there's $767,000 that hasn't been spent. Well, we've got a lot of categoricals, and they just hold the money in there until they decide what they're going to do. And the first one that comes to mind, and this isn't a criticism, it's just until you have a plan and you brought your team together, this is the money you can spend at your site, is community schools grant. They have a lot of money, and so it sits there until a plan is made. And some of that plan starts this year and goes to next year. but it needs to be budgeted somewhere. So when we do a calculation for the 3%, we have to take the budgeted expenditures. Well, in this particular account, it says we're gonna spend $853,000. I have to calculate what is 1% of that, multiply it by 3 to see if I've made the state minimum, multiply it by 10 to see if I've made the district's minimum. But looking at this report, they're not gonna spend they're not gonna spend $767,000. So with the spending authority being one thing and the actuals being another, and I'm using categoricals because categoricals have significant amounts of carryover depending on where they are in that grant.
And we can't move it around either.
No, because it's money that's been given for a specific purpose.
Right.
So we have community schools that has significant amount of money. We also have the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant that has a significant amount of money. That was an 8-year grant. The community schools is a 5-year grant, but we'll probably have about 7 years to spend it, 6 to 7 years to spend it. So there's a lot of money that sort of sits there and it looks like we're gonna spend it, but we're not gonna spend it. But we could spend it, but that's why it's in the budget. They have the authority, but they just probably won't necessarily the plan won't come to fruition where it'll actually happen this year. So we do a calculation and then we do it again when we say, what did you really spend? And that's why there's a fluctuation from one report to the other, because all of these expenses are sitting in categorical, and I have to take 3% of that because they're in the budget, okay? And I can't take them out of the budget because they have authority to do that, because otherwise my budgets don't balance. And so, you know, there's that period of time where I'm required to do that calculation on information that I know we will never spend. And community schools is a great example, and it's not a criticism, it's just the fact that they've got a lot of money and they are really getting their stride in this year, and as we go into next year, you're gonna start seeing that money come down quickly over the next 3 years, because we're in year 3, and so they're really getting their stride. They'll get it done, and then it'll be gone in about 4 years, 4 to maybe 5 years. So, and then the total numbers are going to go down. And so when the denominator goes down, then the result goes up. When the denominator goes up, the result goes down. So the larger number of expenditures is going to give us a smaller percentage of fund balance.
Right.
Okay?
Got it.
That was math 101. Say math teacher? You're not a math teacher.
I think second grade.
Kelly left. I was hoping to impress Kelly. So anyway, any other questions on this report?
I don't have a question on this report, but since you love my questions so much.
I do. I like all of your questions.
I wanted to know, I know Jan requested a meeting, maybe you and Erica have a meeting with the city manager regarding our 2 non-increases, so that we are behind. Is that in play, or?
She did meet with the new city manager.
You did?
I'm trying to refresh my memory on the non-increases.
It's the,
Impact fees, developer impact fees.
And we are swirling a little bit, but let's just say that was another report that I could have pulled exactly this way, that it's a different fund, but if I had, then we would be talking about those funds, and there I've made a connection. It's the developer fees that we have not been able to grab the last piece of information from the city manager.
Yes.
Or from the city. It's not the city manager's responsibility, but she seems like she's more than willing to work with us.
Yes, I think that, if I remember correctly, we are, I think we're pending that information. I don't think we've received it yet, but
they're also dealing with some pretty significant turnover.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. But I would say that when the superintendent and Mr. Bezzetta came out of that meeting, they reported a very collaborative and open type of a meeting. So they weren't shut down or anything like that.
No.
So we've got great hopes.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay, I need a motion to, well, it says consideration and action on the review and approval of the monthly financial report.
I make a motion to approve the March financial report.
I have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. O'Connor?
Aye.
Ms. Kowski?
Aye.
Ms. Rios?
Aye.
And Ms. Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. All right. Now we're on discussion and approval of memorandum of understanding between HSD and CSEA. So added positions and instructional assistant, general ed, non-bilingual job classification.
This MOU is actually very unique in that these positions were created and existed since the 24-25 school year. When the district met with CSEA, we calibrated, I would say, the different positions that exist in the district, and we found that although these positions were posted, flown, interviewed, and exist, we did not engage in collaborative discussions through the negotiations process with CSEA to alter the hours. These positions are for instructional assistants. Typically, our instructional assistants operate at 6-hour increments and work Monday through Friday. These two were created very uniquely, and these positions work Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, so 3 days a week, and they are for 4 hours. There's already people in these positions since the 24-25 school year. However, because they are a breakaway from what we typically have in place as a team, CSEA and the district engaged in creating this MOU to memorialize that discussions were had and these positions are agreed to. So this MOU captures those ideas. And again, these positions exist. There's position numbers listed there to demonstrate that they function, and their calendar is actually 140 annual work days, which is very different than all the other calendars. And the reason why is because they're very specific to a single school site for a specific literacy program there. So tonight I ask the board to consider approving this memorandum of understanding with CSEA regarding these specific instructional assistant IA positions that through discussions and calibrating different position reports, we find that we needed to engage in this MOU.
So it does specify that it is pending CSEA ratification, so have they ratified this?
Thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Martinez. We were notified yesterday that CSEA ratified this MOU and the one that to follow.
What did we do with the motions for senior positions and stuff, and the feasibility study?
Oh, that's later on in the agenda.
So, I will make a motion to approve the MOU between, Hollister School District and CSEA, chapter 625 on, the added positions to the instructional assistant, general ed, non-bilingual job classification.
Second.
Okay, so, Mrs. O'Connor?
Aye.
Mrs. Toski?
Aye.
Mrs. Rios?
Aye.
Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. 5-0.
Okay, the next MOU is also between the district and CSEA. Move it closer. And this is the long-awaited increase to the health clerk hours. So when we look at needs, when we after hearing the school nurse report today, we see that our health clerks are essential to the workplace and to each school site. This MOU will allow for health clerks to work bell to bell. So we will be increasing the hours and they will be present on campus while students are present. There won't be a gap of time like there currently is. Again, this MOU was ratified by the union yesterday, Monday, and it will go in effect should the board approve this MOU. This is funded by LEA funds.
I have to tell you, when a child gets sick, and I could not believe the speed and efficiency of our medical, of our health clerks, our nurses, special ed, they all got together right away, and had a health plan ready to go, and it was seamless, just seamless. And they do a great job. They just really do a great job.
We do. I'd like to make a motion, for the approval of the MOU between the Hollister School District and CSEA, Chapter 625, the increase to health office clerk daily assigned work hours.
I'll second.
Okay, so, Mrs. O'Connor?
Aye.
And Stacy?
Aye.
And Mrs. Rios?
Aye.
And Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, I don't understand what this is.
So we are on F,
right?
President Grice and fellow trustees. Tonight I bring to you a purchase for approval of a SUV for student nutrition. That is, we are requesting that because at the moment what I'm finding is when we have all the vehicles in use, the guys are on the route, where we have our warehouse out into the site. We are still struggling to have a vehicle to transport any additional food products or things that go to the site, and it's resorted in staff having to use their personal vehicle, which I don't find allowable for transporting other district items. So that is the purpose of winning this vehicle. The vehicle is also purchased out of KIT infrastructure funds, and those are funds that are expiring in June 30th, 2026. So it's use it or lose it. So I thought that was a good purpose to spend these funds for this vehicle.
I want to compliment you for doing a local dealer. Then our city gets a sales tax, and that's a big deal, and I appreciate that you thought locally and to, this is important for our community. It's very, very important that we try to buy as much as we can, from our community. Okay, I need a motion.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm just curious, so this is needed now, will we still need this when we have our central kitchen, or are we getting more like a box van kind of a thing for our central kitchen period of time? I'm just wondering.
We will still need this just because of the number of staff that we have coming and going throughout the day, right? I have 3 drivers that are out in the trucks, our big box trucks, and then I have various staff that run other district staff that are coming and going throughout the day. And that just leaves 2 other vehicles, because my other vehicle's out on the route. So, and that's what happens. And I won't, with the central kitchen, the vehicles we have will suffice, and we'll replace as they start to age. And right now, a few of our vehicles are aging. Our rural route van is aging, just because that route is so difficult. I mean, pass by Stevens to Pinoche. It's really taken a hit on that van, and then our older van as well. So I felt an SUV would be a good purchase because it's used for multi-use. We have to go out to sites and take warmers, coolers. It requires more people going, or if there's conferences, and we just have that type of a vehicle to be available. It's like their own personal vehicle.
So this is a Suburban, right?
Yes.
It's a general Suburban that I could go drive.
Yep.
Okay.
No special license, nothing. Any staff would be comfortable,
No
right?
bigger boxing.
Right, so only some
storage
staff
area.
are comfortable driving the box trucks, as you can imagine, because of the size.
Okay.
Okay, so, did the vote yet? No. I need a motion.
I make a motion to approve the SUV for student nutrition.
I second that.
Okay, so, trustee O'Connor. Aye. I do better with last names.
Yes.
Trustee, Toasty. Aye. Trustee, Rios.
Aye.
And trustee Martinez.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. And I really do appreciate you going out and doing that locally. It's important that we do that. Okay, now we're at, G, Hollister School District Initial Sunshine Proposal to Classified School Employees Association.
So this item is tied to negotiations. This is our public disclosure that we as a district are interested in engaging in negotiations with the classified union. If we recall, the classified union presented their sunshine proposal at the March board meeting, so now it is our turn. What this will allow for us to, will be to engage in discussions regarding Article 12 compensation. The dates for negotiations with CSEA will be in June, and we look forward to the collaborative discussions with CSEA as we engage in this new negotiation cycle. This will be for the 26-27 school year.
Okay, any comments, discussion? All right, I need a motion, please.
I make a motion to approve the Hollister School District Initial Sunshine Proposal to CSEA Chapter 625.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, so, again, here we go. Mrs. O'Connor? Aye. Mrs. Toasty?
Aye.
Mrs. Rios?
Aye.
Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye too, so 5-0. All right, so now we're at, consent items. I need a motion.
I make a motion to approve consent items 16A through L. M.
Second. Okay, trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee, Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, board member report. Wanna start us off?
Not a whole lot with the schools, I just keep watching the subdivisions.
No, you did the town hall.
I did the town hall, yes, did the town hall, but also I've been checking in with the sales offices at the different subdivisions and finding out how many permits they pulled, when the construction starting is, just to kind of keep us up to date. I know our demographer and our, is it Jeff? Jeff is keeping us updated, but I just, maybe it's just a being picky, but I'm trying to make sure I stay on the top of it.
I'm thankful that you do.
Yes.
That's a lot of running around.
Well, I run around all the time anyway, so I just might as well ask the questions while I'm there.
Yeah.
Okay, how about for, trustee Toasty?
I did go to Rancho San Justo for the PBIS lunch, and it was very well deserved and a wonderful event. I got to man the vegetables, and I was shocked to see how many middle school students took mushrooms and grilled onions and zucchini. It was nice. I loved it. It was great.
That is awesome.
And that's it.
For you, trustee Rios?
I am continuing to attend the Masters in Governance classes. I have 1.5 more to go. And I'm finding those really interesting, partly for the information, but also just the collegiality of different districts. And so once that's all kind of done, I'd kind of like to share some ideas. And the only other thing that I wanted to talk about is I received a number of emails regarding a field trip that didn't get all the way planned, and it was nice to get emails from students and to really hear how it impacted them, and I thought that their thoughts were pretty on point. And I love the one who said, and you don't even know my name, and I said, I will remember your name. But I think that it was obvious, and I told them this because I responded to each one of them, that they did this the right way, and so their parents and teachers have taught them well. So I thought that was good, and I'm still looking forward to how we can kind of make it up to them.
Yeah. And you also spent time with me yesterday?
Oh, yes. My bestie, my buddy, you know, for all of these, board policies, you know.
I think we had sucker put on her.
I know. But we get down to it.
That's
We
right.
get through it.
That's right.
I have nothing to report.
Okay. Well, with, Superintendent Sanchez. I've been touring, so far we've gone to Calaveras, R. Hardin, Sarah Vista, Rancho San Justo, May, Southern Slope, and Lad Lane. We're really getting to the nitty gritty. What are your needs for next year? What is it that you need? What do you, because, they're trying to build a schedule. So, a school will go to, so the maintenance men know what they're supposed to do. That's only fair to them. But we also need to know, what do we need to buy? What do we need to do to make the school open for these changes? And one of the things that came out loud and clear so far, we don't have enough cameras. And some schools don't have any cameras that face out. Some schools have big blind spots. And I think it's very helpful when you're counseling a parent and a student about behavior, and then they can see it. It really ends the discussion, and then we can turn into how we can do better instead of haggling over, well, my kid would never do it. And so that eliminates that and allows us to work on the positive part about what we can do to eliminate that behavior. So I thought that was very interesting. We still have 2 schools to go to, which we were supposed to on Monday, but we kind of ran late. So I went to the gifted games last Friday. The 6th grade at Rancho Santana, besides waving them goodbye as they got on the buses, the 6th grade did a field trip, and they went and they were in the bleachers at Gilroy High, and they had posters for each student that's in their cohort. And so when the parade of schools goes around, and here comes Rancho Santana, and they're all, and all the kids were, notified. But the biggest thing is then when they started to participate in the activities, a lot of the kids were watching carefully. But you know what? This is a life learning event, because they saw children with all kinds of disabilities and that were participating. Whether they be in a wheelchair, they've got machines helping them, whatever. Everybody was there. And it was so cool that that's a life lesson they'll always have. Always have.
Jen, when I was at RSJ, we didn't know about this event. Did I miss
the gifted
something?
game?
Yeah, I didn't know about the gifted games. The date. Did I
think
miss something?
that you may have been there before R.O. Hardin had special day classes there too.
No, I mean,
no, she didn't know about this.
This one.
Oh, right,
I didn't know that it was on that day.
Right. Well, then I think we need to do a better job.
Maybe we can.
And this year it'll be in Hollister.
Oh, so
coming
this
next year.
upcoming year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the upcoming
nice.
year.
Yeah,
It'll be in Hollister.
send a notice out so
Yeah,
everyone can.
yeah.
We'll work on that.
Because that's one that we could all go to.
Yeah,
Because
oh
it's-
yeah, especially when it's local like that, if you're not working, right, we have school. So maybe you could sneak out. But it was really great. And then we did have that town hall meeting, and we did the best we could. And that's all I can say. So, okay, now for future agenda items. Does anybody have something they want to share? Okay, I have that we want to continue reports on what happens monthly on facility improvements.
Yes, we will have one next month.
But I'd like to see that monthly.
Yeah.
We can do that. And then we need to put on the agenda to so that we can approve a playground.
I know you wanted to hit this, but, so I'm trying to go back to what we had finished with Jeff, because we didn't finish with Jeff. So, and I'm trying to decipher where we were with
Jeff and the 5-year facilities plan and some of these things, how are we tying it all in together? What's on the feasibility study, what isn't?
Well, we have to approve the feasibility study. and
Well,
we haven't done that.
No, I don't think so.
So these are all additional, items from the site walkthroughs that have been happening, with, Jan and myself. These are
okay.
ideas that
This is almost
she
like
had.
a special board meeting.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Another
lengthy.
facilities meeting.
Yes, because, I think looking at a you're wanting to get like
Well,
a
we wanna add-
feasibility study, but it's gotta kind of incorporate itself into the overall plan, cause we're trying to put things ahead of other things, and I don't know what that looks like. I don't know where the financial piece will look like as well.
Well, we had the list the last time we were with Jeff, and it was up on the whiteboard. And there were things that we starred that, yes, we're gonna do right now.
Correct.
And then there were other things that we needed more
We
information
needed a
about, or
budget.
we needed to,
Yes,
to
we needed-
think about
Yes,
more, or
like
something.
we had talked about the locker room for Rancho. We wanted to see what a cost would look like, what, pricing things out for those
Right.
other projects. Cause again, what projects need a feasibility study and which ones don't, which one falls in what category, and how are we gonna prioritize which things?
Right.
And I think Superintendent Sanchez in her report, captured the things that we had said, yes, we definitely want to do.
And we didn't make motion at that meeting.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Not to hire a groundskeeper and a
No.
painter.
That wasn't on the list.
That
We
wasn't
didn't
even
talk about it.
But what about the, feasibility for the study for Sarah Vista?
No, we
Nope,
didn't
we
agree.
didn't talk
All of this stuff is new, that's why
Yes.
we're a little
Okay,
like,
all right.
ooh.
But also, I know the superintendent report came out a little late,
Yes,
and I
didn't get a chance to look at it before
think
my,
there's a
day.
lot of chatter, a lot of complaints about the compensation. I think, we owe our board, just to be transparent,
But
we need to
those-
look into this a little bit more.
But those monies cannot be used for compensation.
Facilities money, yes.
Cannot be used
Right,
for
I'm talking
compensation.
about what was in the superintendent.
But there are positions that we're considering as well, so.
Two positions.
Yes, so I think we need to spend some time focusing on these things that you guys brought, to light, cause I don't think we were quite.
Because like you said, Jen, you said that these were some things that you and Superintendent Sanchez had talked about with
Right,
the principal
true,
here or there,
true.
but the
Well,
four of us haven't.
Okay, I'm gonna be very honest. I, expanded my, I said that we as a board were, like, we're not moving, why, cause August is gonna be here, we don't have things done. And so then it came back that we haven't made motion. And so I take responsibility for that, because I should have been on top of it, and that did not happen.
There was a lot that we were
Right.
considering.
I know, but that's where we fell apart.
Right,
Is
and so
that-
I don't know that we can just
Well, we can't
jumpstart
tonight,
things
yeah,
and,
right.
Right.
go ahead and start moving on things. And so perhaps if you, spoke to different principals, and these were some of the things that they said, we need this, perhaps we schedule another special board meeting.
Right.
That is facilities related, and perhaps, the principals can all come. I
Well,
don't
this
know
is
how.
a really busy time of the year for them.
I understand that, and maybe we just have to put this to the beginning of the next year.
No,
I
we
don't
can't
know.
wait, we cannot wait.
Well, though we may not have time to make a really good decision, get all the information that we really need, the things that will require a feasibility study, that's gonna take a long time.
Well,
to
And
do.
we don't even know the cost of a feasibility study.
Right.
And how long it will last.
And this is why we need a special meeting. Let's
Right.
make it.
We just
ASAP.
run out of dates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do wanna provide context, just because I heard that the superintendent's report was late. It was, completed on time, but I added the stuff that I was asked to add.
Oh, I
Yes,
understand that.
but I wanna
it
make
sh-
sure that, yes.
It should have
Yes.
been,
Yes.
you know, relayed to the whole board.
Yes.
I know Jan got to look at it, but or
No,
maybe
I
not.
didn't, no, no,
Oh,
no.
you didn't?
No,
Oh, see,
I did not get a
I'm
look at it
sorry,
at all.
I thought that.
I did
Uh-uh.
share it on Friday, yeah, just the way I typically do.
I saw this before?
Oh,
No.
I emailed it. I emailed
Oh,
the
okay.
shorter version before
Right,
I
right.
sent
Not to
it.
us.
No, on
Oh,
Friday,
okay.
to the board president and.
Right,
Right.
that's what Erica
Yes.
had told us,
Yes.
that she emailed
Yes.
it to you and.
But
I-
it wasn't this full,
No,
Yeah.
it became longer once I added what I was asked to add.
I like the way that you captured our next projects that we need to talk about.
Yes.
That I appreciate.
Yes.
And we do need to have another
Special
like,
meeting.
don't need more meetings in my life, but we need it.
Yeah.
No, but
agree.
I do appreciate the fact that you guys are going out and talking to the principals and getting this feedback, you know, because I don't think we've heard it to this
like
level,
at
you
R.O.
know.
Hardin, they're
Come
gonna have an additional 60 key sets.
So
they need.
Yes, I do wanna clarify, I don't believe any of this feedback was from the principals.
Oh.
In this report.
Okay.
Right.
It was different feedback.
Yeah, cause I did the one about computers, or the cameras.
Right.
And that's not there.
Right.
Because too, we had talked a lot at the facilities meetings about AAA and middle school at Calaveras and middle school at Rancho Santana, you know, so we were looking at all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And, so some of those things didn't make the list in your report today. And yet, as I recall those other meetings, we were really kind of heading in a specific direction as a unit, for some of those items. So I think that we just need to have another meeting and, you know.
Because I don't not disagree, but I also, I think we just need a little bit more time to discuss it as a group.
Right, right.
But I don't, trustee Neal, you need to know, we're on a time crunch. We're gonna have students and no room for the,
I think next year we're gonna have room.
Let's just discuss it at a special meeting.
Right, since it's a future agenda
Yeah.
item, you
Right,
can,
right.
you know, if the majority of the board agrees, you can, direct me to plan a future, special board meeting.
Yes, I think that's the direction.
After May 10th, I want to see the May revised.
Okay.
Well, remember, facility money,
I know, but I just perspective and perception and.
I can, work on that and ask the board for dates in May.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that in mind, I wanna thank everybody. It was a long meeting here. Been here since 4. Do we have any announcements or reminders? I don't. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Oh, good. And can we say in unison, all in favor?
Aye.